Get comfortable. Adjust your pillow, pull the covers up a little, let your shoulders drop, and let the room go quiet around you. The Simpsons has been on television since the 17th of December, 1989. That is a very long time. Long enough for the world to change several times over. Long enough for the children who watched the very first episode to grow into adults with children of their own who have also grown up. Long enough for the grandchildren of those first viewers to have discovered the show through streaming. Long enough for a program that was once described as a clear and present threat to American family values to become the longest-running primetime scripted show in the history of television, and for nobody to find that particularly remarkable anymore. In all those years, across 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, The Simpsons has left a trail of controversy so long and so tangled that most people have forgotten where it started. There are episodes that were pulled from broadcast and never officially shown again. There are episodes that were edited and altered before reaching certain markets. There are episodes that were quietly retired without any formal announcement, sliding out of rotation the way a photograph slides behind a dresser. There are scandals that reached the floor of Congress. There are moments that triggered protest campaigns, organized advertiser boycotts, and at least one moment that caused a government minister in another country to pick up the telephone and complain to a broadcasting authority about a cartoon. And through all of it, across every wave of organized objection and every newspaper editorial and every concerned letter from every parent-teacher organization and every televised sermon warning of the show's corrupting influence, The Simpsons kept running. It absorbed the outrage the way Homer absorbs physical punishment, with a kind of cheerful resilience that makes you wonder if it even noticed. Tonight, we are going to walk through all of it together. Every banned episode, every major scandal, every behind-the-scenes dispute that spilled into public view, every celebrity who found themselves in a complicated relationship with Springfield, every moment where the show pushed against what the world was willing to accept and the world pushed back. And we are going to do it slowly. There is no urgency here. You do not need to follow every detail. You do not need to stay awake for any particular part. The story is going to keep going whether your eyes are open or not, and it will still be here if you drift for a while and come back. This is the kind of story that belongs to the late hours. Too long and too detailed for the middle of the day, exactly right for the time when the rest of the world has gone quiet. So, the beginning. The year is 1989, and television in America is doing something very specific. The dominant family sitcoms of the decade, The Cosby Show, Family Ties, Growing Pains, Full House, and their many relatives, present a particular vision of what the American family looks like and how it operates. These families are warm and patient and fundamentally optimistic. They face challenges, certainly, but the challenges are manageable. They arise within the episode and resolve within the episode, usually with a hug and a lesson and a musical sting that signals the emotional landing. The father in these shows is wise, or trying to be wise, or lovably confused in a way that his family can gently correct. The mother is understanding. The children are spirited but essentially decent. The whole structure radiates a kind of reassurance. Families work, people try, things turn out. And then The Simpsons arrived, and it had a different idea. Homer Simpson was not wise. He was not trying to be wise. He was a man who fell asleep at his workstation in a nuclear power plant, who could not reliably remember the names of his co-workers, who responded to most parenting challenges by wrapping his hands around his 10-year-old son's throat in an act of throttling that the show played entirely for slapstick. He was selfish and easily distracted, and prone to decisions driven entirely by the presence of a donut. He loved his family genuinely, perhaps the most genuinely of any quality he possessed, but that love did not translate into competence or wisdom or even basic reliability. Bart Simpson was not spirited but fundamentally decent. He cheated on tests and did not feel guilty about it. He vandalized property as a form of artistic expression. He manipulated the adults around him with a fluency that suggested extraordinary social intelligence, and the show never quite resolved whether that intelligence was being wasted or simply directed in unconventional directions. He expressed on a regular and enthusiastic basis a contempt for institutional authority that had no floor. And the show was funny about all of this, wickedly, precisely, genuinely funny. The show understood that the family Homer represented, the working-class American family grinding through economic precarity and domestic chaos with insufficient resources and imperfect tools, was not well served by the version of family life that dominated American television. The Simpsons offered something different. Not a better family exactly, a more honest one. The Reverend Donald Wildmon of the American Family Association did not see it this way. Wildmon's organization had been a consistent presence in the debate about television content through the 1980s, and it turned its attention to The Simpsons almost immediately. The objection was centered on Bart, specifically on the idea that Bart Simpson was a model that American children might emulate. Wildmon's organization argued that the show celebrated bad behavior, that it mocked the family as an institution, that it presented a vision of childhood that would, if absorbed by young viewers, erode the moral fabric that made communities function. These were not quiet concerns. The American Family Association had significant organizational reach. They produced written materials, they contacted advertisers, they organized letter-writing campaigns. A Newsweek poll conducted in 1990 found that 55% of American parents considered Bart Simpson a bad influence on their children. Schools across the country banned Bart-related merchandise, specifically the t-shirts with slogans like "Underachiever" and "Proud of it, man." School administrators sent home letters warning parents. Local newspaper editorial writers weighed in with the specific urgency of people who felt that civilization was teetering and a cartoon 10-year-old was responsible. Then, in January 1992, the President of the United States took a position. George H.W. Bush was speaking at a national religious broadcasters convention. The speech was about family values and the importance of community standards. And in the midst of it, he said, "We need a nation closer to the Waltons than the Simpsons." He moved on. The speech continued. But the line landed in the culture like a dropped stone in a still pond, and the circles spread in every direction. The President of the United States had just named The Simpsons, in a public address, as a negative example for American families. This was remarkable. It was also, from the perspective of the show's cultural standing, probably the single best piece of promotional material the show could have received. Being declared the enemy of decent family values by the leader of the free world was not, for a show built on irreverence and resistance to institutional authority, a reputation problem. It was a credential. The show's response came 3 days later and was perfect. The Simpson family is sitting on the couch watching President Bush's speech on television. Homer reacts with genuine outrage. And then the response that became one of the show's most quoted lines. "Hey, we're just like the Waltons. We're praying for an end to the Depression, too." One sentence. It acknowledged the comparison, absorbed the attack, and returned it completely transformed. The president had tried to use the Waltons as a standard against which the Simpsons fell short. The show pointed out that the Waltons' world was defined by economic suffering, and that a family under genuine financial pressure in the modern era might have more in common with the Depression-era Waltons than the comparison implied. It did all of this in a single joke that landed so cleanly it became part of the show's permanent legacy. This exchange set the template for every controversy that followed. The Simpsons did not apologize. It did not moderate. It did not retreat from the territory that had generated the objection. It acknowledged the objection and turned it into material. It was a posture of absolute creative confidence, and it would define the show's relationship with controversy for the next 3.5 decades. Understanding what gets a Simpsons episode banned requires understanding something fundamental about how the show's relationship with censorship has actually worked across its history. There is no single clean answer. The decisions to pull or modify or retire episodes have been made by different people, under different pressures, for different reasons, at different points in the show's history. Some episodes were banned by foreign broadcasters who found their content particularly charged in their specific cultural context. What reads as gentle satire in America can carry entirely different weight in a country that has a particular, complicated history with the thing being satirized. Some episodes were pulled by Fox itself, either proactively or in response to external circumstances that made certain content suddenly inappropriate. Fox has given the show unusual creative latitude compared to what most broadcast networks offer their productions. But that latitude has always had limits, and those limits have occasionally been enforced. Sometimes publicly, sometimes in the quieter machinery of internal decision-making that never becomes visible to the audience at all. Some episodes have been effectively retired by the show's own creative team, without any formal announcement, as the cultural context around certain content changed in ways that made continued broadcast feel wrong. This is perhaps the most interesting category, because it represents the show making a judgment about itself, not only in response to external pressure, but out of an internal recognition that something it once considered acceptable no longer was. And some episodes have been entangled in circumstances so specific and so strange, tied to real-world events in ways that nobody could have anticipated, that their status as banned or not banned almost misses the point. The Michael Jackson episode. The September 11th episodes. The Trump prediction. These require their own careful telling, and they will get it. For now, let's settle into the shape of the early history. Let's go back to the beginning and trace the first moments when the show discovered where its edges were. The first season of The Simpsons is a fascinating artifact when you watch it now. It is clearly the same show that would become a cultural institution. The characters, the world, the comedic sensibility are all recognizably present. But it is also visibly uncertain in ways that later seasons are not. The animation is rougher. The character voices are still finding their final forms. Some of the jokes are clumsy in ways the show would eventually never permit itself to be. And the content, compared to what the show would become, is relatively restrained. This restraint made sense. Fox had taken a genuine gamble with The Simpsons. The network was young, not yet established, and betting on an adult animated show based on shorts from a sketch comedy program was a significant risk. The early episodes reflect an awareness of this risk. The show was pushing, but it was also feeling for the edges before committing to going past them. The earliest content controversy of the show's run was not dramatic enough to generate a formal banning. Homer's Odyssey. The third episode of the first season depicted Homer writing a suicide note and walking toward a river with a boulder tied around his neck. This played as dark comedy. Homer was rescued. Nobody watching could have reasonably believed the show was going to follow through on the scenario. But mental health advocacy organizations noted the scene, and their objections were the first formal content complaints the show received that were about thematic territory rather than general tone. The show did not revisit that particular comedic register for many years afterward. This was one of the earliest examples of something that would repeat across the show's history. The creative team absorbing feedback quietly, adjusting the calibration of what kinds of darkness the comedy could carry, without ever formally acknowledging that an adjustment had been made. The second season produced Bart Gets an F, the season premiere, which dealt with Bart's academic failure with unusual directness. The episode shows Bart genuinely at risk of being held back, genuinely trying and genuinely failing, and breaking down crying in a scene that remains one of the most emotionally affecting in the show's early run. The controversy around this episode was not about the crying scene. It was about whether the show was doing something dishonest in depicting both the underachiever as a rebel figure and the consequences of underachievement as genuinely painful. Critics from both sides of the education debate found something to object to. The show managed to offend people with opposite positions simultaneously, a pattern that would become characteristic. The second season also brought Bart the Daredevil, which generated the show's first sustained objection from groups concerned about imitable stunts. Bart attempts to jump Springfield Gorge on his skateboard, and the sequence of his failure was flagged by parent organizations as the kind of content that children might try to reproduce in real life. The stunt went catastrophically wrong in both cases the episode depicted. But the depiction of the stunt itself was the concern, and the concern was expressed through letters to the network and to advertisers. The show was not pulled over any of this. What the early controversies did was establish the show's identity as a perpetual subject of concern for certain organized groups, an identity that would follow it for decades and that would eventually become part of its public persona. The Simpsons was controversial. This was known. This was, in a certain sense, the brand. By the third season, the show had fully found its creative footing. The episodes of this period have the quality of work produced by people who have discovered exactly what they are capable of and are reveling in that discovery. The writing is sharper and more ambitious. The characters are more fully realized. The satirical targets have expanded significantly beyond the domestic concerns of the first two seasons. Season 3 is also when the most significant controversy of the show's early years arrived. And it arrived not with a bang, but with something more complicated. An episode that was a genuine artistic achievement, beloved at the time of its broadcast, that would not fully reveal the depth of its controversy until nearly 3 decades later. The episode is Stark Raving Dad. We will spend significant time on it later tonight. For now, just know that it exists, and that the story of what happened to it is one of the most extraordinary in the history of American television. The Season 3 episode that generated the most immediate public controversy was Homer the Heretic. In this episode, Homer decides to stop going to church. He stays home on Sundays while his family attends services, and he has the best day of his life. He eats what he wants, watches what he wants, naps when he wants, and experiences a kind of unfettered private joy that his regular Sunday obligations have never permitted. And then he has a conversation with God. An actual, literal, face-to-face dialogue with the divine. Not a dream sequence, not a metaphor. God, appearing in a form that is comfortable and amicable and somewhat amiable, tells Homer that organized religion is one path to spiritual connection among several, and that Homer's absence from church is not the kind of thing that the divine is deeply troubled by. The episode ends with Homer returning to church, not because he has been punished or frightened into compliance, but because he has come to understand that community and connection have genuine value apart from formal religious structure. It is, in its way, a pro-religious episode. It takes God seriously as a character, but it presents organized religion as one option rather than the only option, and it depicts God as notably unbothered by heterodoxy. For religious organizations that had already decided the show was hostile to faith, this was confirmation. The episode generated organized objection and sustained the show's position on the American Family Association's list of concerns. Season 4 is when the show reached something like full creative power. The episodes from this season are among the most celebrated in the entire run. And Season 4 also produced the Coma episode, which is one of those pivotal moments that the show's most attentive viewers have been discussing ever since. The episode is So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show, and it aired on the 1st of April 1993. The premise is that Bart's April Fool's pranks escalate until one of Homer's beer cans is placed in an industrial paint shaker and explodes when Homer opens it. While hospitalized, Homer reaches for a candy bar from a vending machine. The machine falls on him. He flatlines. He enters a coma that lasts 7 weeks. The episode ends with Homer appearing to wake up. Bart confesses tearfully. Homer springs to life and immediately strangles his son. The family laughs. Everything returns to normal. But in the final moments, Homer is informed that he has lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% gone permanently, and Homer's response is to laugh even though he says he does not know why he is laughing. His family finds this charming. The episode ends. The fan theory that everything since that episode is Homer's coma dream is one of the most persistently discussed ideas in Simpsons fandom. Whether or not the theory is true, it captures something real about what the show feels like from the inside. The sense of a world preserved in amber, immune to consequence, running on its own internal logic, is deeply connected to the controversies we will be examining all night. Before we leave the early history and move into the specific banned episodes, one more thing deserves attention. The Bart Simpson merchandise controversy of 1990 and 1991. The Bart merchandise phenomenon is difficult to fully convey to someone who did not experience it in real time. Bart Simpson became almost overnight one of the most commercially replicated images in American retail history. The character appeared on t-shirts, hats, lunchboxes, school supplies, backpacks, and hundreds of other products. His face was everywhere. The t-shirts were the flashpoint. Specifically, the shirt that read, "Underachiever and proud of it, man." Schools banned the shirt. Principal offices confiscated it. Parents refused to let their children wear it. The objection, if you look at it carefully, was about something more specific than it first appears. The shirt was not just celebrating underachievement. It was celebrating a specific posture toward underachievement, comfort, defiance, pride in the absence of effort, that seemed to mock the entire premise of striving. The show watched all of this and did not apologize. It incorporated the concern into its ongoing satirical project. The more loudly certain quarters insisted that the show was dangerous, the more clearly the show demonstrated, through the quality and honesty of its actual content, that the things being defended against it were worth examining. Drop your location in the comments below and what time it is where you are. It is always interesting to see where these nights travel, and if you have not subscribed yet, take a moment to do that now so you do not miss the ones still to come. Then come back and settle in, because we are just getting started. Section 2. The banned episodes early years, seasons 1 through 5. Let the room settle. Let your breathing find its own pace. We are going back to the beginning now, working through the early seasons. finding the places where Springfield collided with something the outside world was not ready for. The first 5 seasons of The Simpsons represent the show's most scrutinized period. The show was new. It was popular. It was being watched very carefully by people whose job it was to be concerned about it, and by people who were concerned on their own initiative. In these early seasons, the banning was almost never the result of a catastrophic single mistake. What happened instead was more gradual. Individual episodes generated controversy. Some were quietly retired by certain broadcasters. Some were edited for international markets. Some were looked back on by the show's own creative team with a complicated mix of pride and discomfort. The accumulation of these small frictions, across 5 seasons of production, built the show's reputation as something that required ongoing management. The pilot episode, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, launched the series in December 1989 and generated relatively little immediate controversy despite its content. The episode depicts Homer secretly working as a department store Santa to earn Christmas money after his expected holiday bonus is withheld. He bets the family's Christmas fund at a dog race and loses. The family's Christmas is saved only by the unexpected adoption of the losing greyhound they had bet on. The episode is warm and genuinely affecting, and it launched the series on a note of real emotional resonance. But its content depicted economic precarity with a directness that was unusual for American family television in 1989. The episode's sympathy was entirely with Homer's working-class struggles, and there was nothing redemptive or lesson-delivering about the situation. The only thing that saved the family's Christmas was luck and a stray dog. Some observers noted at the time that the episode's portrayal of working-class economic anxiety was more honest than almost anything else on American network television. This registered the show's intention clearly, to depict the American working-class family not as it appeared in aspirational sitcom fantasy, but as it actually experienced itself. Bart the General, Episode 5 of the first season, depicts Bart organizing his fellow elementary school students into a military-style operation to defeat a school bully named Nelson Muntz. The episode is a parody of war movies, culminating in a mock military campaign that defeats the bully through massed action rather than individual heroism. The episode generated objections from parents who felt it modeled conflict resolution through organized group violence, even comedic and stylized group violence. The concern was that children watching would take from the episode not the satirical frame, but the operational lesson, that forming a mob and attacking someone was an appropriate response to bullying. This is an early example of the show running into the gap between how it understood its own content and how a certain portion of its audience processed that content. The show understood itself as a parody of war movies. Some viewers processed it as a depiction of mob action as a problem-solving tool. Both readings are present in the episode, and the show can only be so responsible for how its content is received by viewers who bring very different frames to the experience. The Telltale Head, Episode 8 of the first season, involves Bart decapitating a statue of Jebediah Springfield to impress a group of older kids. The episode is structured as a moral story. Bart does something wrong, the community suffers, and Bart comes to understand why his action caused real harm. The lesson is clear, and the execution is warm. Religious organizations, already primed to be concerned about Bart Simpson, read the episode differently. The image of a child destroying a community symbol, even in an episode that clearly condemned this destruction, was enough to generate another round of organized concern. The pattern established here would repeat many times, the show presenting a moral lesson that its critics refused to see because they had already decided the show was immoral. Once the frame of Bart as bad influence was established, individual episodes could not easily escape it. Season 2 opened with Bart Gets an F, which we touched on briefly. But the specific content dispute around this episode deserves more careful attention. The episode depicts Bart genuinely failing, genuinely trying to avoid failure, and failing anyway despite genuine effort. He studies. He tries to focus. He takes the test with real concentration. He fails by 1 point. And he breaks down crying in a way that the show treats with complete emotional seriousness. No joke, no cutaway, just a child in genuine distress over a genuine failure. The controversy was divided. Conservative critics felt the show was being dishonest, presenting Bart as a cool rebel while also asking audiences to feel sympathy when his rebellion produced consequences. If you spent an entire episode celebrating academic indifference, inviting your audience to laugh at Bart's contempt for school, You could not then reasonably ask that audience to take his failure seriously. Progressive critics felt the opposite, that the episode was too pessimistic, that depicting genuine effort resulting in failure was too dark a message for children's entertainment, that the show was telling children that trying does not help. The show was doing neither of these things, exactly. It was depicting what it actually feels like to be a child who does not fit the educational environment he is in, who tries when he feels the weight of consequences, and who fails anyway because the system is not designed for him, and he does not have the tools to bridge the gap. This is a more honest account of many children's educational experience than American television had previously offered, but it satisfied nobody who wanted a simpler message. Bart Gets Hit by a Car from Season 2 generated concerns about its depiction of the American legal system. The episode begins with Bart being struck by Mr. Burns's limousine. Bart briefly dies, reaches the gates of hell, is rejected, briefly ascends toward heaven, and is returned to his body. He is hospitalized. Homer, encouraged by an ambulance-chasing lawyer named Lionel Hutz, files a lawsuit against Burns. The episode's satirical target is the litigation culture of American tort law, and it is broadly affectionate toward the working-class family's relationship with that system. Homer and Marge are not wrong to sue Burns, who genuinely hit their son. But the episode also depicts their willingness to exaggerate Bart's injuries for legal purposes, and Marge's inability to lie in court ultimately costs them the case. Legal advocacy groups found this episode's treatment of personal injury litigation dismissive of genuine cases. The image of a family exaggerating injuries for financial gain, played for comedy, was seen as contributing to cultural contempt for legitimate injury claims. The show was doing something more complicated, depicting an honest family making a pragmatic decision to lean into exaggeration that their lawyer was encouraging, because Burns was genuinely wealthy and the settlement money would genuinely help them. The moral complexity was the point, but the moral complexity does not simplify into a soundbite. A Streetcar Named Marge, from Season 4, generated the show's first significant diplomatic friction. The episode features Marge performing in a local production of a musical adaptation of Tennessee Williams' A Streetcar Named Desire. Homer is contemptuous of the theater. Marge channels her frustration with Homer into her performance. The episode is widely considered one of the show's best from this period, but it generated a formal letter of complaint from the New Orleans Tourism Bureau, which objected to a lyric in the episode's opening musical number that depicted New Orleans as a city dominated by crime, decay, and moral dissolution. The show's producers responded by adding a disclaimer at the end of the episode. The preceding program contained scenes of and references to New Orleans, Louisiana, which the producers considered to be a very fine place. We regret any inconvenience this may have caused. The disclaimer was itself a joke, the deadpan formal language of a corporate apology applied to the complaint of a city about its portrayal in a cartoon. The New Orleans Tourism Bureau was not entirely satisfied, but the episode continued to air. This exchange established a template for the show's response to geographic complaints. Acknowledge them, respond with mock formality that was funny without being dismissive, and continue. Season 4 also produced Selma's Choice, which featured Lisa's hallucinogenic experience at Duff Gardens. The Duff Gardens sequence went through multiple revisions during production as the network negotiated with the creative team about how explicitly the episode could depict what was clearly a drug-like altered state. The version that aired treats the experience with enough whimsy that it can be read as cartoonish rather than drug-adjacent. But the drafts that preceded the final cut were considerably more explicit about what Lisa was experiencing, and the negotiation that produced the broadcast version is a good illustration of how much of the show's most interesting content existed in a zone of active negotiation rather than simple approval or rejection. Season 5 brought genuine creative confidence. The episodes of this season include some of the finest half-hours of comedy television ever produced. Cape Fear, Homer's Barbershop Quartet, Rosebud, The Last Temptation of Homer. The list of excellent Season 5 episodes is long. This confidence allowed the show to attempt things it might have approached more cautiously in earlier seasons. But Season 5 also produced the first episode to generate a formal banning in a major international market for content-specific reasons. The episode involved what were considered, in the UK broadcast context of that period, insufficiently careful depictions of religious communities during a period of particular cultural sensitivity. The full details of this banning were never publicly disclosed, British broadcasters have historically been more circumspect than their American counterparts about explaining the specific editorial reasoning behind content decisions. What is known is that the episode was pulled from one broadcast rotation in the UK during its initial run in that market, and that it returned to regular rotation in subsequent years once the immediate cultural moment had passed. This was the first but not the last time that the show would discover that its content, operating perfectly acceptably in its American context, had acquired different weight when it traveled. Season 5 also contained Homer Loves Flanders, which generated a specific controversy in the United Kingdom during its initial UK run. The episode follows Homer discovering that Ned Flanders is actually a genuinely pleasant person to spend time with. It is warm and funny and, in terms of its content, almost entirely inoffensive by any reasonable standard. The issue was timing. The episode aired during a period of heightened sensitivity around certain kinds of content related to religious communities, following a series of public incidents that made the episode's more pointed jokes about Ned's faith feel more pointed than they were in their American broadcast context. The episode was not banned outright, but it was handled more carefully in certain broadcast contexts, representing another example of the gap between American production intent and international reception. The first 5 seasons of the show gave us a body of work that was finding its footing in controversy. The controversies of this period were real but manageable. None of them permanently damaged the show or fundamentally altered its creative direction. They produced, instead, a reputation that was part label and part armor. The Simpsons was controversial, everyone knew it, and that knowledge had become part of how the show operated in the culture. The next era would produce something more serious. Section 3. The banned episodes, the Middle Era, Seasons 6 through 12. Let yourself settle deeper. If you want to close your eyes, close them. The narration will keep going. The Middle Era of The Simpsons, the seasons from roughly 6 through 12 or 13, the period most fans consider the golden age and its immediate aftermath, is where the most significant public controversies live. These are the seasons when the show was operating at something close to its creative peak, and operating at creative peak meant the show was willing to attempt things that occasionally went wrong in ways that left permanent marks. The change in the nature of the controversy between the early and middle eras is important. In the first 5 seasons, the show was new, and controversy existed within a frame of, should this show be allowed to exist? By season 6, that argument was over. The show was an established cultural institution. So when controversial episodes appeared in the Middle Era, the controversy existed within a different frame. How should an institution that is embedded in American life handle this particular subject? That is a more demanding standard. The stakes were higher, the audience was more invested, and the scale of what the show could affect meant that mistakes at this stage could do more damage than mistakes in the early years. Season 6 produced Homer the Great, the Stonecutters episode, in which Homer joins a secret fraternal organization and discovers that he has a birthmark that identifies him as the chosen one prophesied to lead the group. The episode is a gentle, affectionate parody of fraternal secret societies, the Freemasons, the Elks, the various fraternal organizations that have played significant roles in American community life. In America, the reception was almost uniformly positive. The episode is funny, the satire is playful rather than vicious, and fraternal organizations were not a particularly charged subject in mid-1990s. American cultural life. In parts of continental Europe, the episode landed differently. Certain European countries have a much more charged relationship with secret societies than America does. The history of actual secretive fraternal organizations, playing covert roles in political and financial life in several European nations, means that the subject carries weight that the American comedic framing does not account for. The episode generated concern in some European markets and was handled more carefully in certain broadcast contexts than it was in America. This is one of the earliest clear examples of the show's content requiring different management in different cultural contexts, not because the content itself was wrong, but because the cultural frames through which it was received were genuinely different in ways that produced different responses. Bart vs. Australia from Season 6 is the most famous example of the show generating diplomatic friction, and it deserves careful attention. The episode follows Bart making a prank call to Australia after he learns that toilets flush in different directions in the Southern Hemisphere. He calls a child in Australia, has a very long conversation, and runs up a phone bill of $900, creating an international incident. the family is forced to travel to Australia to resolve the situation. The episode depicts Australia through a series of cultural exaggerations. The people are aggressively litigious over small amounts of money, the government is comically bureaucratic, the wildlife is casually dangerous, and the country's cultural self-presentation is rendered with a cheerful shallowness that the episode wears openly. Australian critics and some government officials objected. The specific complaint that received the most attention involved a word used in the episode for a toilet, a word that some Australian viewers found offensive in its specific cultural register in a way that the American writers had apparently not fully anticipated. But the broader complaint was about the episode's general framing. Australia as a place defined by its quarrelsome relationship with small sums of money and its dangerous fauna, rather than as a complex, modern nation with its own cultural richness. The Australian government did not formally protest through diplomatic channels, but individual politicians made public statements. Australian broadcasters received organized viewer complaints. The episode became one of the show's most frequently cited examples in discussions of how American entertainment depicts other countries, which is to say, often through received images that prioritize comedic utility over accuracy. The show's producers offered a response that acknowledged the concern without amounting to an apology for the episode's content. The episode continued to air and remains in regular rotation. What Bart versus Australia illustrates most clearly is the fundamental tension in the show's international content. It is made by American writers working from American frames of reference, and when it depicts other countries, it tends to work from images available within American cultural consciousness, rather than from the country's own self-understanding. This is not malice. It is a structural limitation of how culture travels, but it produces consequences that the writers do not always anticipate. Homer's phobia from Season 8 is one of the most significant episodes in the show's history, and its controversy tells a story that runs in two directions simultaneously. The episode introduces John, an antiques dealer voiced by John Waters, who is gay. Homer becomes friends with him, then becomes terrified when he realizes John is gay. Homer's fear is specific. He becomes convinced that John's influence will make Bart gay. The episode follows Homer's increasingly desperate attempts to ensure Bart's heterosexuality through various traditionally masculine activities, all of which fail in various comedic ways. At the end, John saves Homer's life during a hunting trip, and Homer acknowledges that his fear was groundless and that John is just a person he likes. The episode won a GLAAD Media Award and has been consistently praised as one of the most positive and humane depictions of a gay character on American broadcast television up to that point. The writing is intelligent and affectionate. The character of John is fully realized, funny in his own right, and treated with genuine comedic respect rather than as a stereotype. Homer's homophobia is dismantled through the simple mechanism of human connection and demonstrated goodness rather than through argument or lecture. But the American Family Association mounted one of its largest campaigns against the show around this episode. They organized advertiser contact. They produced written materials arguing that the show was normalizing homosexuality in a manner harmful to children. Several advertisers withdrew their spots from the episode in response to the campaign. Fox aired the episode anyway. The network stood behind the show's creative decision and did not capitulate to the advertiser pressure. This was a genuine act of editorial courage, not dramatic or announced with fanfare, but real. The network had a financial incentive to capitulate, and it did not. The episode was subsequently banned by the BBC in the United Kingdom for several years. The BBC's editorial guidelines around gay content were stricter in the mid-1990s than American broadcast standards, and the episode was determined to be unsuitable for the time slot in which it would have aired. It eventually returned to UK broadcast, but its initial exclusion marked one of the clearest examples of the show's content generating a real banning decision in a major market. The episode's dual reception, celebrated by LGBTQ+ advocacy organizations, banned by a major European broadcaster, the target of an American advertiser boycott campaign, captures the genuine cultural division of the period around gay representation in mainstream entertainment. The show came down clearly on one side of that division and was willing to absorb the consequences. Season 9 produced The Principal and the Pauper, which is a different kind of controversy entirely. This episode was not banned by any broadcaster. It was not the subject of any advocacy campaign. It was not flagged by any regulatory body. Its controversy was entirely within the show's own fan community, and it was severe enough and sustained enough to merit careful discussion. The episode reveals that Principal Skinner is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian, and the real Seymour Skinner, the man whose identity Tamzarian has been living for 20 years, is a war veteran who comes home to reclaim his life. The town holds a meeting and collectively votes to maintain the lie, rather than acknowledge the truth. The real Skinner is tied to a railroad car and literally expelled from Springfield. A judge makes it illegal to ever mention the truth again. Harry Shearer, who voices both Skinner and Burns, spoke publicly about his unhappiness with the episode. He described the decision to retroactively rewrite Skinner's history as a fundamental violation of the show's contract with its audience, a breaking of the faith between the show and the viewers who had invested in these characters over 8 seasons. The fan response was intense and has never fully subsided. Online discussion about the show's decline frequently points to this episode as a specific origin point. The show's creative team has never fully walked back the episode, though they have declined to build on its revelations in any subsequent stories. The Armin Tamzarian revelation exists in the show's continuity but is treated, in practice, as if it did not happen. What makes this episode's controversy different from every other controversy in the show's history is that it was not generated by anything external to the show's own audience. The people who objected were fans, people who loved the show, who had invested years in its world, and who felt that something they cared about had been treated carelessly. That kind of betrayal has a particular quality. It does not generate boycotts or formal complaints. It generates a quieter and more sustained sense of loss. Season 11 produced Bart to the Future, the episode that depicted Donald Trump as a former president who had left the country in financial ruin. The episode aired in February 2000. For 16 years, it was a moderately interesting piece of speculative satire. After November 2016, it became something considerably more complicated. The episode's specific content acquired political weight in the post-2016 environment that the creative team could not have anticipated. Several international broadcasters made decisions to reduce the episode's broadcast frequency, citing the political sensitivity of depicting a sitting president in the specific manner the episode did. This is one of the stranger examples of Simpsons banning because the episode itself did not change. What changed was the world outside it. An episode that was a speculative joke about celebrity culture became, after 2016, a description of actual reality that some broadcasters were not comfortable putting on air, particularly in the immediate political environment of the early Trump years. The content was the same. The context had become radioactive. The episodes affected by the September 11th attacks occupy their own category in the show's ban history, and they deserve careful treatment. Before the 11th of September 2001, the World Trade Center appeared in the backgrounds of several Simpsons episodes. The show had used New York City as a setting on multiple occasions, and the towers were part of the New York skyline as the show depicted it. Their presence was not, in those pre-attack episodes, significant. They were simply part of the visual reality of New York City as it existed. After the attacks, Fox and the show's production team made the decision to pull several episodes from broadcast rotation. The decisions were made quietly, without formal public announcement. The process was a private editorial review of the show's existing archive, identifying episodes where the tower's presence would create jarring dissonance in the context of national grief. The City of New York versus Homer Simpson from Season 9 was the most prominent episode affected. The episode is genuinely excellent, funny, surprisingly warm toward New York, built around a road trip to the city that puts Homer in an extended standoff with a parking enforcement officer. The episode depicts Lower Manhattan in extended, loving detail, and the World Trade Center towers are visible throughout. After September 11th, this episode was effectively retired from regular rotation for several years. The decision was made without a public statement, which was itself significant. The show was not trying to make a point about what it was doing. It was simply choosing, out of awareness of the grief the country was experiencing, not to broadcast an episode in which the now-destroyed towers figured prominently in a comedic context. The episode returned to rotation in later years. It is now available on streaming platforms and airs in syndication. But its several-year absence from broadcast represents one of the most sensitively handled content decisions in the show's history. Not banned for content reasons, not pulled under pressure, but quietly set aside out of a recognition that humor has appropriate seasons and that some seasons are not appropriate for certain kinds of humor. Section 4. The banned episodes later controversies, seasons 13 through present. Breathe out slowly. The later seasons have their own particular controversies, different in character from what came before. By the time The Simpsons reached its 13th season, the show occupied a position without clear precedent in American television. It was no longer simply the most popular animated show, or the most analyzed, or the most discussed. It was an institution, a fixture, something as embedded in the American cultural landscape as any other long-running piece of the country's shared media experience. With institutional permanence comes a different kind of challenge. The things that once generated controversy because they were new no longer generated the same kind of response. The show's irreverence had been absorbed into the culture's understanding of what The Simpsons was. Its willingness to go after sacred cows was expected. Its darkness was familiar. In the later seasons, the show was controversial not for being surprising but for being careless in specific ways, or for revisiting territory that the culture had moved past without the show fully registering the movement. Blame It on Lisa, from season 13, generated a formal response from the government of Brazil. The episode depicted The Simpsons traveling to Brazil to find a child Bart had been sponsoring. Brazil is rendered through a series of aggressive cultural stereotypes: dangerous favelas, carnival excess, bureaucratic chaos, a general ambient menace that follows the family everywhere. Homer is kidnapped by criminals who prove to be incompetent. The Brazilian Tourism and Commerce Authority filed a formal complaint with Fox, arguing that the episode's portrayal of Brazil was deeply unfair and would cause measurable damage to Brazil's reputation as a tourist destination. The complaint was covered extensively by Brazilian media and entered into the public record as an official objection. The show's producers issued a response that acknowledged the complaint, but declined to apologize for the episode's creative choices. The episode continued to air and remains available. Brazil's official objection to its own portrayal in an American cartoon became something of a minor news story in itself. The spectacle of a government finding it necessary to formally protest a comedy program illustrated both the show's global reach and the genuine limits of its international self-awareness. What the Brazil episode made vivid is the structural problem at the heart of the show's international content. It is made by American writers who understand the cultural stereotypes available about a given place, but who do not necessarily understand the lived experience of the people those stereotypes represent. This gap produces comedy that works within the show's own context and causes real irritation, or worse, to the people on the other side of the caricature. In 2011, the show produced Politically Inept with Homer Simpson, depicting a cable news pundit named Homer who says inflammatory things and becomes popular. The episode's satire of cable news culture and its audience was clear, but some observers felt the episode was more comfortable mocking the media ecosystem than examining its own role within that ecosystem. A show as culturally embedded as The Simpsons had more responsibility to engage seriously with the media critique it was making than the episode actually demonstrated. This kind of objection, not to the episode's specific content but to its level of self-awareness about its own position, is characteristic of the later controversy period. The show was being held to a higher standard than simply not saying anything overtly offensive. It was being asked to demonstrate that it understood its own power and was using that power responsibly. Several later season episodes touching on mental health generated sustained criticism from advocacy groups who felt the show's comedic treatment of these subjects trivialized experiences that were causing real harm to real people. The show had dealt with mental health themes from its earliest seasons, but as public awareness of mental health issues and the vocabulary for discussing them became more sophisticated, the show's existing frameworks for handling those themes looked more dated than they once had. Episodes dealing with addiction, depression, and related themes were reviewed with increasing critical attention, not just for what they said, but for what their framing implied about how these experiences should be understood and treated. This is the kind of evolving cultural conversation that any long-running show must navigate, and The Simpsons has navigated it with varying degrees of success. Section 5. The Apu Scandal and the Race Debate That Shook Springfield. Stay where you are. This is one of the most important sections of the night. In 2017, a documentary film called The Problem with Apu was released by the comedian Hari Kondabolu. It was about a character who had been part of The Simpsons since 1990. Apu Nahasapi Mapetilon, the Indian immigrant who owned and operated the Quick E-Mart convenience store. Apu was voiced by Hank Azaria, a white actor, doing an exaggerated Indian accent. The character spoke in a high-pitched register that bore no meaningful resemblance to any actual South Asian accent, but that functioned, within the show's comedic universe, as a signal for Indianness. He worked long hours, was devoted to his family, was educated and intelligent, and was also the subject of a consistent stream of jokes built around his foreignness, his accent, his cultural difference from the American norm the show was built around. For many South Asian Americans who grew up watching The Simpsons, Apu was a complicated presence. He was visible in a way that was genuinely rare for South Asian representation on American television in the 1990s. In the absence of other prominent South Asian characters in mainstream entertainment, Apu was, for many South Asian children, the primary image of someone who looked like them available in popular culture. And that image was built on caricature. Kondabolu's documentary was not primarily about the accuracy or inaccuracy of Apu's depiction. It was about what happened to South Asian children who grew up in America with Apu as the primary available image of South Asian people in mainstream entertainment. It was about the experience of those children being mocked with Apu's catchphrases by their classmates. It was about the specific harm that occurs when a community's primary cultural representation is a comic stereotype. The people Kondabolu interviewed, South Asian American comedians, writers, actors, academics, public figures, described with remarkable consistency the experience of having Apu used as a weapon against them, not by the show, by the people around them who deployed the show's images and phrases in their daily lives. "Thank you, come again" had become something that was said to mock South Asian people. The exaggerated accent was something that bullies and ordinary unkind people used as a tool. The show had not caused this. The show had provided the tool. This is a crucial distinction. Apu did not cause racism. Racism used Apu as a convenient vessel, but the show had created a vessel that was convenient for racism in a way that its creators had not adequately considered. The question the documentary was raising was not whether the Simpsons writers were racist. It was whether they had thought hard enough about the consequences of the choices they were making. The show's response to the documentary was not its finest moment. Season 29 of The Simpsons aired an episode called "No Good Read Goes Unpunished," which contained a direct response to the controversy. In it, Lisa breaks the fourth wall. She looks at the camera. She acknowledges that something might need to be addressed. She holds up a book. She says, "Some things will be addressed later, some things may be addressed, and some things will be addressed never." The scene ends. It was a response that acknowledged the controversy existed while refusing to engage with any of its specific arguments. It acknowledged that something might need to be done while declining to say what that something might be or when. And it did all of this in a medium, the show itself, that had historically prided itself on engaging directly with difficult subjects. Hari Kondabolu responded publicly. He described the response as sad. He said it felt like the show was giving up rather than engaging. Al Jean, one of the show's longtime executive producers, made public statements defending the show's handling of Apu. He noted that Apu was intended as a positive character, defined by his intelligence, his entrepreneurship, his love for his family. He argued that removing or fundamentally altering the character would itself be a kind of erasure. These were not unreasonable arguments. They were also not sufficient. In 2020, Hank Azaria announced that he would no longer voice Apu. His announcement was framed not as a condemnation of the character or of his past work, but as a recognition that the time had come for a change. He expressed genuine regret for any harm the character had caused. And in the period following his announcement, he engaged in something genuinely unusual and genuinely admirable. He went and listened. He spoke with members of the South Asian community. He spoke with families. He spoke with children. He asked what the experience of Apu had been like for people who had grown up with the character as part of their cultural landscape. He did not argue. He did not defend. He asked and he listened. He subsequently issued a specific apology to Hari Kondabolu, acknowledging that the documentary had been right about things that Azaria had initially been reluctant to acknowledge. He described the conversations he had had with South Asian Americans as genuinely transformative. The response to Azaria's conduct, both the decision to stop voicing Apu and the process of listening and apologizing that followed, was broadly positive within the South Asian American community. The manner of the transition mattered. It was handled with genuine humility rather than legal minimalism, and people recognized the difference. As of this recording, Apu's status in the show is unresolved. He appears occasionally in the background of episodes, without speaking lines. He has not been formally written out of the show. He has not been recast with a South Asian voice actor. He exists in a kind of limbo, present in Springfield but stripped of the comedic function that defined him for 30 years. The summer of 2020 also produced a broader reckoning with the show's voice casting practices. The Simpsons announced that going forward, non-white characters would be voiced by non-white actors. The practical implications of this policy involved several characters beyond Apu, including Dr. Hibbert, the family's physician, who had been voiced by Harry Shearer. The announcement was made clearly and without the hedging that had characterized the initial Apu response. The range of responses to this announcement was significant. Many felt it was overdue and correct. Some felt that animation was a medium in which the physical identity of the voice actor was less relevant than in live action, and that the categorical prohibition on cross-racial voice casting was too blunt an instrument for a complicated question. Some felt the announcement was principally performative, that true improvement in representation required not just changing who voices characters, but examining the structural assumptions built into how those characters were created. All of these positions had merit. The announcement was a beginning, not a resolution, but it was a beginning made more cleanly and more decisively than the earlier Apu response had been, which suggested that the show had learned something from the criticism of that earlier moment. The Apu situation remains one of the show's most significant unresolved controversies. It illustrates, more clearly than almost anything else in the show's history, the challenge facing a long-running cultural institution that grew up in one set of assumptions and must continue in a world that has developed different ones. The answer to "what do you do with Apu now?" does not have a clean resolution that satisfies all legitimate concerns. The show has not found one. It may not exist. Section 6. The Michael Jackson episode, The Greatest Erasure in TV History. This section deserves quiet. Let the room be still. In the summer of 1991, the third season of The Simpsons was preparing for broadcast. The season premiere was an episode called Stark Raving Dad. In the episode, Homer is committed to a mental institution after wearing a white shirt to work because Burns assumes he is making a political statement. While there, he meets a large, gentle, soft-spoken man named Leon Kompowski who claims to be Michael Jackson. The character was voiced by a man named John J. Smith. This was a pseudonym. The actual performer was Michael Jackson, the most famous entertainer on Earth, recording his dialogue in secret while the show maintained the fiction for publicity purposes that the voice actor was someone else entirely. Michael Jackson had reached out to the show's producers because he was a genuine fan of The Simpsons. The negotiations were conducted quietly, and the decision to credit a pseudonym rather than Jackson's own name was Jackson's, motivated partly by contractual obligations he had at the time around certain types of media appearances. The episode that was made is extraordinary. The performance Jackson delivered, gentle, warm, entirely without vanity, genuinely funny in certain moments, and genuinely affecting in others, revealed a quality of simple human kindness that his carefully managed public persona rarely permitted to be visible. The character of Leon Kompowski is a troubled man who believes he is Michael Jackson, and through him the show makes a tender argument about the nature of identity and the way that people can touch each other's lives through something as simple as taking them seriously. The episode's climactic scene involves the character helping Bart compose a birthday song for Lisa. Bart has forgotten Lisa's birthday. The character helps him find the words. And then the call comes, Lisa is on the phone, and the voice that sings to her in one of the most unexpectedly moving moments in the show's history is unmistakably Michael Jackson's. The scene still works. Knowing the full context of the episode's subsequent history, watching it still lands. The episode aired on the 19th of September, 1991. 33 million people watched it. It won awards. For 28 years, it was simply one of the show's most beloved episodes. In March 2019, a documentary called Leaving Neverland premiered at the Sundance Film Festival and was broadcast on HBO shortly after. The documentary featured two men, Wade Robson and James Safechuck, who described in extensive and specific detail sexual abuse they said they had experienced at the hands of Michael Jackson when they were children. The accounts were detailed and harrowing. Jackson had died in 2009. His estate immediately and vigorously contested the documentary's claims. They argued that the accounts were false, that the filmmakers had conducted a one-sided investigation and that the documentary was connected to ongoing estate litigation. These arguments were made publicly and with considerable force. The question of what happened has not been definitively resolved by any legal process. But the show did not wait for resolution. Within days of the documentary's premiere, James L. Brooks, one of the show's executive producers, announced that Stark Raving Dad would be pulled from circulation permanently. The episode would be removed from all broadcast rotations, taken off streaming platforms, excluded from all future physical media releases. Brooks stated, "This is not a phone call that could be explained. The material is part of a sad reality, and on a dark level it feels right to retire it." The episode was removed. It remains, as of this recording, the only Simpsons episode to have been formally and explicitly retired by its own production team for moral rather than logistical reasons. The debate about this decision has been ongoing since the day it was made. Those who supported the decision argued that continuing to broadcast an episode featuring Michael Jackson's voice in a warm, sympathetic, childlike context in a show watched by many children was inappropriate given the documentary's allegations, regardless of whether those allegations had been legally proven. The documentary depicted Jackson as a man who had harmed children. Airing an episode that presented him as gentle and good-hearted felt like endorsement at a moment when endorsement was the last thing the situation warranted. Those who questioned the decision made several arguments. Some argued that pulling the episode based on unproven allegations set a troubling precedent, that cultural works should not be removed from circulation based on allegations that had not been adjudicated. Some argued that the performance on the episode was of a fictional character, Leon Kompowski, not of Michael Jackson, and that the episode's content was entirely disconnected from the subject matter of the allegations. Some argued that the artistic value of the episode should be evaluated independently of its creator's alleged conduct in unrelated contexts. These are all positions that thoughtful people hold. They reflect a genuine moral complexity that does not resolve cleanly, and no resolution is available that fully addresses all of these concerns simultaneously. What is certain is that the decision to retire the episode was the most significant act of self-censorship in the show's history. It was not made under regulatory pressure or under threat of boycott. It was made by the show's own creative principles, out of their own moral judgment, without anyone requiring them to do it. That the decision came from within rather than from without makes it more significant, not less. It represents the show exercising its own editorial conscience. The broader question the Michael Jackson episode raises, what to do with art made by people who have done terrible things or who are alleged to have done terrible things, is one of the genuinely difficult questions in contemporary cultural life. Some people hold that the art and the artist are separable, that a work's value exists independently of its creator's conduct, and that a brilliant or moving piece of work should be evaluated on its own terms. On this view, pulling Stark Raving Dad removes something genuinely good from the available cultural commons because of conduct unrelated to the episode's content. Some people hold that art and artist cannot be fully separated, that what we know about a person inevitably changes how we experience their work, and that choosing to broadcast or celebrate the work is, in some sense, choosing to normalize the person. On this view, pulling the episode is correct. Some people try to hold both positions simultaneously, making case-by-case judgments based on the severity of the alleged conduct, the directness of the connection between the conduct and the work, and the cultural significance of the work being evaluated. This approach is messy and inconsistent, but may be the most honest response to the genuine complexity involved. The Simpsons made its choice. It chose to retire the episode. Whether that choice was right is something you may think about, if you find yourself thinking about it, in whatever quiet time remains. Section 7. The political scandals when Springfield got too real. Let your body be still. The politics section is long. It needs to be long. The Simpsons has always been political. The political content is embedded in the show's world-building rather than only in explicit arguments. Springfield has a mayor who is casually corrupt. The police department is cheerfully incompetent. The power structure is dominated by a billionaire industrialist whose relationship with legal accountability has always been theoretical at best. These are political arrangements, and the show has always been aware of them. What changed over time was the directness of the political commentary. In the early seasons, the political content was largely structural. In the middle and later seasons, the show began making more explicit arguments, commenting on specific policies, depicting specific political figures in specific ways, taking positions on contested questions in ways that went beyond structural satire towards something closer to advocacy. This shift generated different kinds of controversy than the moral and social concerns of the early years. Political controversy in a democracy has its own specific properties. People who object to a political argument do not simply feel that the argument is wrong. They feel that the argument, made in a popular medium, has the potential to persuade others, and that persuasion in the direction of a position they oppose is itself a kind of harm. The show's depiction of nuclear power is the most sustained political argument embedded in its premise, and it has been there from the very first episode. The Springfield nuclear power plant is depicted as catastrophically dangerous, casually managed, operated by a man whose commitment to public safety is essentially non-existent, and overseen by a safety inspector whose cognitive limitations make him constitutionally unable to notice problems until they have become catastrophic. This is not a balanced or nuanced depiction of the nuclear power industry. It is, taken as a whole, an argument that nuclear power, as currently practiced, is operated in a manner that prioritizes profit over public safety, and that the regulatory systems designed to prevent this have been compromised by the economic power of the industry they are supposed to regulate. The nuclear power industry's response to this depiction has been interesting. It has not mounted sustained opposition to the show. This restraint is partly strategic. Engaging with a comedy show's satirical depiction of your industry gives the satire more credibility than ignoring it. But the show's depiction of the nuclear industry has had genuine influence on public perception. Research on media and public attitudes toward nuclear power consistently shows that entertainment media representations have significant effects on how the public understands risk, and The Simpsons' 36 years of portraying nuclear power as casually catastrophic has almost certainly contributed to the ambient public skepticism about the industry that appears in polling data. Sideshow Bob Roberts from Season 6 is the show's most explicitly partisan episode, and it generated explicit criticism from conservative organizations who felt the show was using its cultural position to make political arguments disguised as comedy. The episode is a direct parody of Republican political campaigns of the early 1990s. Sideshow Bob runs for mayor of Springfield with specific visual and rhetorical references that audiences of the period immediately recognized. He wins through voter fraud. The fraud is exposed by Bart and Lisa. Bob returns to prison. Conservative commentators argued that the show was using its enormous reach to make a political argument that would influence viewers against Republican candidates and strategies. The show's defense was that satire of political figures and campaigns was one of the most fundamental rights of comedic expression in a democracy. The defense is correct, but it does not address the specific concern about the scale of influence that a show watched by tens of millions of people wields when it makes pointed political arguments dressed as jokes. Mr. Lisa Goes to Washington, from Season 3, depicted congressional corruption with an ambivalence that satisfied nobody ideologically. The episode follows Lisa as she enters a democracy essay competition, travels to Washington, sees a congressman being bribed on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, writes an essay about her disillusionment, and then watches as the system rapidly corrects itself, the congressman being immediately arrested. The optimistic resolution was deliberately unrealistic. The show knew this. The joke was partly that the political system's self-correction, in the episode, was comically swift and efficient, in a way that bore no resemblance to how American political corruption is actually addressed. But not all viewers read the resolution as satire. Some conservatives read the episode as an attack on American democracy. Some liberals read the happy ending as a betrayal of the episode's earlier honesty. The show was occupying a position between these two readings that neither found satisfying. The show's relationship with actual presidents has been a consistent source of political friction. It has depicted or referenced every president from Carter through the present, and the nature of those depictions has been revealing. George H.W. Bush appears as a neighbor of The Simpsons in Two Bad Neighbors, a Season 7 episode made partly in response to his Waltons vs. Simpsons comment. The episode is pointed and personal in a way that is unusual for the show. Homer and Bush become genuine neighbors and genuine antagonists, and the episode makes clear that the animosity began with Bush's public criticism of the show. This is one of the show's most direct acts of comedic retaliation, and it was made without apology. And then there is Trump. The show's relationship with Donald Trump goes back further than most people realize. Trump had been a recurring cultural reference point for the show since the mid-1990s, appearing or being referenced in various episodes as a symbol of a particular kind of American excess and ambition. After the 2016 election, the show's Trump content became the subject of sustained conservative criticism. The argument was that the show was using its cultural position to make political arguments against a sitting president, and that the cumulative weight of these arguments amounted to something that exceeded the normal latitude of satire. The show did not significantly moderate its Trump commentary in response to this criticism. Several international broadcasters reduced their airing of Trump-focused episodes during the Trump presidency. This was not a formal banning in most cases. It was a reflection of the political sensitivity of depicting a sitting American president as a buffoon in certain international contexts, particularly in countries that maintained close diplomatic relationships with the United States. The show's most enduring political legacy is probably not any specific banned episode or any specific controversy. It is the overall cultural effect of 36 years of sustained, intelligent satire of American political and economic life on the way that Americans understand their own institutions. The Simpsons, which has been depicting American political and economic institutions as corrupt, incompetent, and captured by concentrated private power for 3.5 decades, has almost certainly contributed to a cultural environment in which those characterizations feel obvious and familiar even to people who have never thought carefully about why they feel that way. This is not a criticism of the show. It is an acknowledgement of the show's power. The political scandals around The Simpsons are, at their deepest level, the resistance of power to the comedy that makes power visible. Section 8. The dark side of production writer feuds, firings, and behind-the-scenes chaos. The room is your own now, let it be. The public-facing controversies of The Simpsons are the visible portion of a much larger story. The show has also generated significant controversy within its own production. Feuds, departures, creative disagreements, contractual battles, and the grinding institutional conflicts that occur whenever a very large number of very talented people work together for a very long time on a project that is simultaneously deeply personal and enormously commercially valuable. Understanding the production culture of The Simpsons requires understanding something fundamental about how the show was made. It is a writer's room show. Its creative heart has always been the writing staff rather than any individual producer or star. Episodes emerge from collective writing processes, get revised collectively, and reflect the aggregate intelligence of a group of people working in close proximity for many months of the year. This model creates particular dynamics. When the talent concentrates and the collaboration functions, the result is something extraordinary. When the talent disperses and the collaboration breaks down, the result is something visibly less than what it was. The show's history is in part the history of those concentrations and dispersals. The foundational creative relationship of the show and the foundational creative rupture is the one between Matt Groening and Sam Simon. Sam Simon was one of the 3 credited creators of The Simpsons, alongside Matt Groening and James L. Brooks. His contribution to the show's early development was enormous and arguably underappreciated in the public telling of the show's story, which has tended to center Groening as the show's primary creative figure. Simon hired the initial writing staff. He helped develop the characters from the rougher versions that existed in the Tracy Ullman Show shorts into the more fully realized people they became. He established the writer's room culture and the comedy standards that defined what the show would be. He was, by many accounts, the primary architect of the show's creative identity in its first 4 seasons. He left after season 4. The circumstances have never been fully disclosed. What has been said, partially and by various people at various points, describes a creative and personal conflict significant enough to make continued collaboration impossible. Simon's name remained in the credits. His contractual compensation continued, but his creative presence was gone. Simon spent the last years of his life, before his death from cancer in 2015, engaged in extensive philanthropy. He donated the majority of his Simpsons income to animal welfare organizations and other causes. His legacy outside the show is significant in its own right. But the full story of what happened between him and the show's other principals is one of the things about The Simpsons that has never been adequately told. The show's relationship with its core voice cast has been characterized by remarkable stability alongside occasional significant tension. Dan Castellaneta, Julie Kavner, Nancy Cartwright, Yeardley Smith, Harry Shearer, and Hank Azaria have collectively provided the vocal identity of the show for its entire run. This is extraordinary. Voice acting talent of their caliber, sustained across decades of work on the same characters, represents an institutional coherence that is rare in television of any format. But the contract negotiations that have periodically tested this stability have been among the most publicly dramatic in television history. The most significant of these came in 2011, when Fox announced that it was considering ending the show because it could not reach agreement with the principal cast on compensation. The cast members were each earning approximately $8 million per season. Fox sought significant salary reductions. The cast sought to maintain their existing compensation. The negotiation became public in a way that entertainment contract negotiations usually do not. The specific numbers were discussed in the press. The possibility that the show might end was treated as a real and imminent possibility. A resolution was reached. The cast accepted reduced salaries in exchange for a share of the show's back-end profits. This restructured the financial relationship in a way that made sense for both sides. But the public nature of the negotiation was uncomfortable. It made the financial arrangements at the heart of the show's production visible in a way that complicated the warm, family comedy identity the show projected. Harry Shearer's relationship with the show has been the most turbulent of any cast members, and it deserves its own careful account. Shearer is an extraordinarily versatile voice actor who provides the voices for Mr. Burns, Ned Flanders, Principal Skinner, Dr. Hibbert, Kent Brockman, Lenny Leonard, Rainier Wolfcastle, and numerous other characters. His range means that his presence in the show is pervasive in a way that goes beyond any individual character. He has also been the most publicly critical of the principal cast members about the show's management and creative direction. His objection to the Skinner episode was public and pointed. In 2015, Shearer announced his departure from the show. The announcement came through his social media and was presented as a decision made over contractual disputes. The entertainment industry's reaction was significant. Stories about who might replace Shearer as Mr. Burns, as Ned Flanders, as the many other characters he voiced, circulated widely. He returned. The dispute was resolved. The specific terms were not publicly disclosed. But the episode of uncertainty illustrated the degree to which the show's continuity depended on relationships that were more fragile than they appeared from the outside. The story of John Swartzwelder is perhaps the most characteristically Simpsons story in the show's behind-the-scenes history. Swartzwelder wrote 59 episodes of The Simpsons, more than any other single writer. His episodes are among the show's most beloved, and they have a specific and recognizable quality: a relentless comic invention, a willingness to follow a joke to its most absurd conclusion and then keep going, a structural confidence that allows the episodes to be simultaneously dense with incident and somehow leisurely in their unfolding. He stopped writing for the show around season 14. He did not explain his departure publicly at the time. What has since been disclosed, partially confirmed by Swartzwelder himself in a rare interview, is this: California implemented a workplace smoking ban. Swartzwelder was a smoker. Rather than stop smoking, he began writing his scripts from a diner where he could smoke, communicating with the show by telephone and by fax. The arrangement worked for a period. Then the diner also went smoke-free. And Swartzwelder left the show. One of the greatest comedy writers in television history, departing one of the greatest television shows in history over a smoking ban. Whether this is the complete account of his departure or a simplified version of something more complicated is genuinely unclear. Swartzwelder is not forthcoming about his personal circumstances. The story is funny enough that it might be exactly true. It is also funny enough that it might simply be the version of the truth he prefers to tell. Either way, it is an end to a creative relationship that deserved a better documented conclusion. The broader question of the show's writing staff diversity connects directly to some of the content controversies we have discussed. For much of its history, particularly its golden age, the writing staff was predominantly white and predominantly male. This was not unusual for television comedy writing rooms of the period, but the show's self-image as a progressive institution that examined and challenged the status quo created a particular tension with a production environment that reflected the status quo rather than the alternatives the show was nominally championing. The writer's room that produced Apu did not include anyone with the lived experience of being an Indian immigrant in America or of being a South Asian child in America watching Apu. If it had, the conversation about what Apu was doing and what effects the character might have happened earlier and produced different choices. This is a hypothetical, but it is the kind of structural observation that the show itself, at its best, was always capable of making about other institutions. The show has diversified its writing staff over time. The changes have been gradual and have been driven partly by industry-wide pressure rather than internal initiative alone. The result is a writing room better equipped to examine the show's own assumptions, which may be the most meaningful change of all. Section 9. The celebrity fallouts every star who went to war with the show. The night deepens. Stay where you are. The Simpsons has featured an extraordinary number of celebrity guest appearances across its run. The list of people who have appeared in some capacity reads like a comprehensive index of American and international celebrity culture across 3.5 decades. If you were famous between 1990 and the present, there is a reasonable chance that Springfield found room for you at some point. Most of these appearances were positive experiences. The show developed a well-earned reputation for treating guest stars with comedic respect, using their public personas in ways that were funny but not cruel, allowing them to participate in the joke rather than simply being the object of it. The best Simpsons guest appearances have the quality of a good-natured roast. The subject is gently mocked in ways that reveal something true and funny, but the roasting comes from warmth rather than contempt. There have been exceptions. The Paul McCartney guest appearance in Season 7's Lisa the Vegetarian is one of the show's most beloved celebrity collaborations, but it also generated a specific demand that the show has honored for decades. McCartney agreed to appear in the episode, and the appearance is wonderful, warm, and funny, and entirely in keeping with McCartney's public persona, on the condition that the show never again depict Lisa eating meat. The commitment was made, and as far as anyone can tell, it has been kept. Lisa Simpson has been a vegetarian in every episode since that appearance, which means that a celebrity's condition for appearing in a half-hour comedy has shaped a core character trait for nearly 30 years. This is not a controversy in the traditional sense, but it is a remarkable illustration of how the show's guest stars have occasionally brought their own conditions into the production, and how those conditions have become permanent features of the show's universe. The Cypress Hill story deserves its full telling here. The 1996 episode Homerpalooza featured a music festival storyline. Cypress Hill appeared in the episode as guest performers, and a joke in the episode depicted them having accidentally booked the London Symphony Orchestra to appear with them. Cypress Hill voiced their own characters in the episode. They knew the joke. They participated in it willingly. 28 years later, in 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. The performance was received as a celebrated cultural moment, and the specific joke from the Simpsons episode was immediately and enthusiastically recalled. The show had predicted the collaboration, and now it was real. The band embraced the Simpsons connection publicly and with evident delight. The episode, rather than being a source of grievance, became a piece of their cultural mythology. The prediction had become a story about their own ambition and its eventual fulfillment. This is the best possible version of the show's relationship with its celebrity guest appearances. The guest participates in a joke about themselves. The joke turns out to contain something true, and the truth catches up with the joke in a way that is genuinely pleasing. Phil Hartman's death in May 1998, shot by his wife in a murder-suicide, is one of the most tragic moments in the show's history, and the decision that followed it was handled with quiet dignity. Hartman had been one of the show's most important recurring guest voices. Lionel Hutz, the ambulance-chasing lawyer, and Troy McClure, the has-been actor whose career was defined by his various film and television appearances, were both Hartman creations that had become beloved parts of Springfield's world. His voice, his comic timing, his ability to inhabit these characters with both absurdity and a kind of underlying pathos were irreplaceable. After his death, the show made no immediate announcement. But both characters, Lionel Hutz and Troy McClure, quietly disappeared from the show's stories. They were not killed off. They were not explained away. They simply stopped appearing, because the show's creative team felt that continuing to use them, with another actor's voice, would be a disservice both to the characters and to Hartman's memory. The decision was made without fanfare. It was simply the right thing to do. And the fact that the show made it without making a production of it, without a tribute episode, without a formal announcement, without milking the tragedy for emotional content, reflects a quality of genuine human decency that the show, at its best, has always demonstrated alongside its irreverence. The most uncomfortable category of celebrity relationships involves performers whose appearances in the show became complicated by events in their personal lives that occurred after the episodes were made. This pattern, long-running productions having celebrity associations that are uncomplicated at the time and complicated in retrospect by events that nobody could have anticipated, is not unique to The Simpsons. It is a feature of any production that has operated over long enough a period that the world around it has had time to change in fundamental ways. The show did not cause any of the post-appearance events. It simply has a long enough history that the probability of such events occurring is significant. Managing this kind of archival complexity, acknowledging the complications without erasing the history, treating the archive as something that exists in time and is therefore subject to the complications that time produces, is one of the ongoing challenges of any long-running cultural institution. The Simpsons has handled some of these situations with grace and some with less grace, and the difference between the two cases is usually whether the decision was made quickly and for clear reasons or slowly and defensively. Section 10. The predictions that got the show in trouble. Breathe slowly. The night is passing. The Simpsons' reputation as a predictor of the future is one of the most widely discussed phenomena in contemporary popular culture. We explored earlier the general mechanism by which this reputation developed, a long-running show that produces enormous amounts of satirical content about American culture, filtered through confirmation bias that remembers the accurate predictions and forgets the misses, creates the impression of prophetic capacity. But some of the predictions generated controversy of their own, not because they revealed secret foreknowledge, but because the accuracy of the prediction, when the real-world event occurred, created specific complications. The prediction that generated the most unsettling real-world resonance came in 1993 with Marge in Chains, which featured a flu virus originating in Asia spreading to Springfield and causing public panic, supply chain disruption, and a frantic search for treatment. The episode was primarily about Marge being accused of shoplifting. The flu subplot was a background event. In 2020, as the world was processing the COVID-19 pandemic, clips from Marge in Chains began circulating widely on social media. The framing was familiar. The Simpsons had predicted the pandemic. The similarities, a respiratory illness originating in Asia, global disruption, panic buying, institutional uncertainty, were close enough to feel eerie. The episode did not cause any specific harm in its renewed circulation, but it contributed to an information environment already saturated with misinformation about the pandemic's origins. The idea that The Simpsons had predicted the pandemic was picked up by conspiracy theorists who took it as evidence that the pandemic had been planned, that powerful institutions had foreknowledge of it, and that a television show had been used to signal that foreknowledge. This is an extraordinary misreading of the episode's actual content and origin. The episode was written by comedy writers doing what comedy writers do, taking a recognizable real-world scenario and using it as a backdrop for a story about something else entirely. There was no prophetic intent. There was no coded message. But the conspiracy theory environment of 2020 was not interested in this explanation. The clip circulated, the theory spread, and the show, which had no role in creating the pandemic and no secret knowledge about it, briefly became part of the misinformation ecosystem surrounding it. This is perhaps the strangest consequence of the show's prediction mythology. The predictions have become so culturally embedded that accurate coincidences now have the potential to fuel genuine misinformation, regardless of the show's intentions. The Trump prediction and its political consequences have been discussed earlier, but the specific mechanism by which the prediction generated controversy is worth examining more carefully here. The controversy was not about the prediction itself. It was about what the prediction's apparent accuracy was taken to mean. In the environment of American political culture after 2016, the fact that The Simpsons had depicted a Trump presidency as a disaster 16 years earlier was not treated as coincidence or as evidence of shrewd political analysis. It was treated as evidence that The Simpsons' creative team had a particular political agenda and was using the prediction retrospectively to advance that agenda. The argument was that the show was leveraging the cultural mythology around its predictions to make a political argument. This is not an entirely unreasonable argument. though it overstates the show's intentional deployment of its own prediction mythology. The show did not create the prediction mythology. It existed in the culture independently of any choices the show's team made. But the controversy illustrates something important. When a show has sufficient cultural authority, even coincidences become political. The Simpsons prediction mythology has become a resource that various political actors have tried to claim or contest, depending on which predictions serve their purposes. The show did not design this situation. It inherited it from its own longevity. There are also predictions the show made that got it into trouble, not because they came true, but because they depicted scenarios that, when the analogous real-world events occurred, made the show's treatment look inappropriate. Several Simpsons episodes depict airplane disasters in comedic contexts. After the 11th of September, 2001, these episodes generated significant discomfort and were pulled from broadcast rotation in the immediate aftermath of the attacks, even when their content had nothing to do with terrorism, and simply involved the kind of airplane disaster comedy that had been a staple of film and television for decades. The broader discomfort with aviation-related comedic content following 2001 affected many shows, not just The Simpsons. But The Simpsons' long run meant that it had accumulated more such content than most, and managing that archive in the changed cultural environment required careful, ongoing attention. Section 11. The network battles everything Fox tried to suppress. The room is very still. Let yourself be still within it. The relationship between The Simpsons and Fox is one of the most interesting stories in American television, and one of the least fully told. The show made Fox. The Simpsons' success in the early 1990s was a primary factor in establishing Fox as a legitimate fourth broadcast network. Fox's subsequent success as a network was built on the foundation that the show's success had created. But the relationship between the show and the network that owed it so much has never been simple. It has been complicated by genuine creative tensions, by the network's occasional impulse to manage the show's content in ways the creative team resisted, and by the structural power imbalance that always exists between a production and the institution that controls its broadcast. The most famous instance of Fox attempting to suppress Simpsons content does not involve a single episode, but a sustained, creative tension around political content. Fox News was launched in 1996, part of the same Rupert Murdoch corporate family that owned The Simpsons. The show's satire of conservative media generally, and of Fox News' specific brand of partisan broadcasting, created an obvious structural tension. A show owned by Rupert Murdoch was producing some of the most pointed public criticism of Rupert Murdoch's media empire available in American popular entertainment. This should have been impossible. It was not. And the reason it was not is essentially commercial. Fox understood that The Simpsons' creative freedom was the source of its commercial value, and that a Simpsons constrained from making the jokes it needed to make would be a Simpsons worth considerably less. The show has depicted a fictional Fox News-like network with pointed consistency. The famous Fox News, not racist, but has on with racists, gag ran in a Fox broadcast. The network allowed it. The show's writers have described, in various contexts, a process of calibrating how far to push certain Fox-adjacent content. There are lines that the show understood it should not cross, direct attacks on Murdoch personally, specific and actionable claims about Fox News conduct, even as it freely satirized everything adjacent to those lines. The negotiation was ongoing and generally resolved in the show's favor, but the negotiation itself is evidence that the creative freedom was not unconditional. Fox's most significant attempt to formally manage Simpsons content around a specific external event came in September 2001. After the September 11th attacks, Fox requested that the show's creative team review upcoming episodes and consider whether any content would be inappropriate in the changed cultural atmosphere. The show's creative team engaged with the request constructively. Episodes were reviewed, certain content was modified, certain episodes were pulled or rescheduled. The decisions were made collaboratively, with the creative team's own judgment playing a significant role, rather than being imposed unilaterally by network fiat. This is the healthy version of the network production relationship, a situation where the commercial and editorial interests of the network and the creative intentions of the production team are in genuine dialogue, mediated by a shared concern for the audience's experience and a shared recognition that the current moment placed particular demands on that concern. The Simpsons transition to the Disney corporate family, following the 2019 acquisition of Fox's entertainment assets, represents the most significant structural change in the show's institutional context since its creation. The show is now owned by Disney. This is, on its face, an extraordinary situation. The Simpsons has spent decades satirizing corporate culture, consumer culture, and the specific dynamics of entertainment industry consolidation. Disney, as the largest and most pervasive entertainment corporation in American history, is in many ways the ideal target of every satirical impulse the show has ever displayed. And now the show is part of Disney. The show has addressed this transition directly and with characteristic self-awareness, making jokes about the acquisition and about the absurdity of its new corporate context. Disney, for its part, has been largely content to leave the show to do what it does, understanding that the show's value depends on its maintaining the creative identity that predates the acquisition. But the practical consequences of the acquisition are real and ongoing. The most immediate controversy involved the aspect ratio issue. When the show's archive was made available on Disney+, the early seasons were presented in widescreen format rather than the original 4:3 ratio, cutting off visual information at the edges of the frame. In some episodes, jokes that existed in the outer edge of the original frame were simply gone. The comedy had been literally cropped. Fan response was immediate and organized. The error was reported in entertainment media with unusual specificity. People were identifying individual jokes that had been cropped, documenting the specific visual information that had been lost. The creative team expressed displeasure. Disney corrected the issue and made the original aspect ratio versions available. The episode is instructive in what it reveals about the priorities and assumptions of different institutional actors. The people who made the decision to convert the episodes to widescreen were making an aesthetic and commercial judgment. They were not thinking carefully about what was at the edges of the original frames. They did not know the archive well enough to know what was at stake. The show's creative team and the fans who had spent years watching those episodes knew exactly what was at stake. The gap between institutional knowledge and institutional power, between the people who understood the archive and the people who controlled how it was presented, produced a specific and concrete harm that had to be publicly contested before it was corrected. Section 12. The Final Reckoning. What it all means. The night is at its deepest now. Everything that has been said is settling into the quiet. We have covered a great deal of ground tonight. We have walked through every major band episode, every significant scandal, every behind-the-scenes controversy, every celebrity relationship that went sideways, every political storm, every network battle. We have followed the Apu controversy from its roots to its still unresolved aftermath. We have traced the extraordinary arc of the Michael Jackson episode from beloved television to formal retirement. We have walked through the production conflicts and the contractual crises and the diplomatic complaints and the advertiser boycotts. And having covered all of that, all of the controversy, all of the scandal, all of the damage done and damage absorbed, what does it add up to? The most obvious thing it adds up to is survival. The Simpsons has survived everything that has been directed at it. Every attempt to ban it, boycott it, shame it into restraint, or simply ignore it into irrelevance has failed. The show is still on the air. It is still producing new episodes. It is still available around the world. The controversies have not killed it. This is remarkable, and it is not an accident. The survival is the product of specific qualities in the show itself that have made it resistant to controversy in ways that other shows have not been. The first quality is that the show has always been genuinely funny. This sounds obvious, but it matters enormously. Controversies that attach to genuinely funny content face a specific challenge that controversies attaching to merely provocative content do not. The audience that loves the content has a much stronger reason to defend it. You can be persuaded to abandon something that provoked or shocked you without genuinely entertaining you. It is considerably harder to abandon something that has made you laugh genuinely, because the laugh is an experience you have had in your body and cannot pretend you did not have. The Simpsons at its best has made its audience laugh in ways that feel like recognition, the laugh of seeing something true rendered in an unexpected and illuminating way. That kind of laugh creates a loyalty that is genuinely resistant to external pressure. When organized groups told the Simpsons audience that their show was dangerous and irresponsible, the audience had recent and vivid experience of the show being brilliant and true, and the mismatch between the experience and the condemnation was itself comical. The second quality is that the show has always meant something beyond its jokes. The comedy is the vehicle for something more substantial, genuine observations about how power operates, how families function under pressure, how communities maintain collective fictions that make their existence bearable. These subjects give the show a gravity that makes its defense something other than simply arguing for the right to be funny. The third quality is the show's consistent self-awareness. The Simpsons has always been willing to examine itself, to make jokes about its own declining quality, to address controversies about its own content through its characters, to demonstrate an ongoing awareness of the gap between what it aspires to be and what it sometimes actually is. This self-awareness is a form of honesty, and honesty is a form of credibility. It is harder to use a show's failures against it when the show has already acknowledged those failures itself. But the show has not survived everything cleanly. The marks are real. The Apu situation remains unresolved and uncomfortable. The character's de facto suspension is not a resolution. The show's initial response to the controversy was inadequate in ways that the show's own best self would have recognized. The Simpsons, which has spent decades examining the assumptions of the culture around it, was slow to examine the assumptions that produced Apu, and even slower to fully acknowledge what those assumptions had cost. The Michael Jackson episode is gone. It was a genuine artistic achievement, and its removal, however morally warranted, is a loss. The episode made something real and beautiful, and the circumstances of its creation make it unavailable. This is a permanent diminishment of the show's accessible archive, even if the decision to remove it was correct. The representation controversies around the show's voice casting are not fully resolved. The announcements of 2020 were correct decisions, but they followed decades during which the practice that necessitated them was the norm. The deeper questions about what it means for a long-running institution to have a complicated relationship with its own past remain open. These are real failures by the show's own standards, the standards it has always applied to the culture around it. A show that spends 36 years examining how institutions maintain comfortable fictions that protect them from accountability has a particular obligation to apply the same analytical attention to itself. In some areas it has, in others it has not. And yet, the show that produced all of this complexity, the banned episodes and the political scandals and the production feuds and the diplomatic complaints, is the same show that gave us Homer discovering that his mother was still alive. The same show that gave us Frank Grimes and his terrible death and everything that death says about the universe the show has built. The same show that gave us Lisa playing her saxophone in the last light of a Springfield afternoon, doing it simply because it is the only language she fully knows. The same show that, week after week for 36 years, turned the noise and mess and genuine difficulty of ordinary American life into something you could watch with the people you love. The Simpsons has always been about something real. Not the specific plots, not the specific scandals and controversies we have been walking through tonight. The thing it has always been about, underneath all of those things, is the experience of belonging to a family in a world that makes belonging to a family difficult. The show knows that families are imperfect institutions, held together by love that is sometimes insufficient and sometimes overwhelming. It knows that children see things about their parents that the parents cannot see about themselves. It knows that parents are terrified for their children in ways they cannot always articulate, and that this terror is itself a form of love. This knowledge is what makes the show something more than a comedy. A comedy makes you laugh. The Simpsons makes you laugh, and then sometimes catches you at the end of an episode with something that you did not see coming. Something that is just true about what it means to be alive in this particular kind of family, in this particular kind of world. The controversies we have discussed tonight are, in the end, evidence of this quality. A show that generated no controversy would be a show that was not saying anything worth saying. The arguments, the bans, the diplomatic complaints, the advertiser boycotts, the organized campaigns of concerned citizens, the network tensions, all of it is evidence that the show has been doing something that mattered enough for people to have strong feelings about. Some of those strong feelings were right. Some were wrong. Some were right but applied in ways that did not serve the underlying concern. Some were wrong but pointed at real things even in their wrongness. This is what it looks like when a piece of television becomes genuinely embedded in the culture. The culture's arguments get conducted through it, around it, and about it, and the show becomes a site of debate that extends well beyond what any of its creators intended. The Simpsons did not set out to become the longest-running television controversy in American history. It set out to make people laugh about something real, and it has, 36 years later, managed to be both of those things at once. Springfield is still there. Homer is still working at the plant, still a little baffled by the nuclear core, still taking the donut from the break room without asking. Bart is still 10 years old, still looking for the angle, still occasionally discovering that the angle is not the most important thing. Lisa is still playing her saxophone in a house full of noise that does not always have room for what she is trying to say. Maggie is still watching everything from behind the pacifier, understanding more than anyone suspects. And Marge is still holding it all together with the particular combination of patience and worry and deep, durable love that makes the whole fragile structure function. They are frozen there, in that house, in that town that does not appear on any map. They are not aging. They are not getting better or worse in any direction the world can see. They are running the loop that has been running since 1989, and the loop is going to keep running. And you are here, in the quiet of wherever you are, having spent the last several hours in Springfield with everyone who has ever tried to change it, or ban it, or contain it, or alter it in some way that would make it easier to live with. None of them succeeded. In the end, Springfield remains. You do not need to hold any of this. You do not need to remember the specifics. The Apu controversy and the Michael Jackson episode and the Brazil diplomatic complaint and the presidential criticism and the advertiser boycotts and the production feuds, none of it requires your ongoing attention. Let it drift. Let it become the soft background hum of a very long story that has been telling itself for 36 years and will keep telling itself for as long as someone is still willing to watch. Springfield will be there in the morning. The loop does not stop. Sleep well. End of script. Extended, Section 2. The band episodes Early Years in Greater Depth. Let yourself sink a little deeper. We are going back to the earliest seasons and spending more time there, because the early years deserve more than the brief survey we gave them. The first 5 seasons of The Simpsons are the foundation on which everything else was built, and the controversies of that period, small as some of them appeared at the time, established patterns and precedents that would play out for decades afterward. The show premiered in the last days of 1989, and the America it premiered into was a specific place with specific concerns. The culture war of the late 1980s and early 1990s was not a metaphor. It was an actual set of organized arguments about what American culture should look like, what values it should project, and which institutions had the authority to shape it. The Simpsons walked directly into the middle of this argument. The show's executive producer James L. Brooks had spent years in television that took the family as its subject and the emotional truth of family life as its concern. His previous work on The Mary Tyler Moore Show, Taxi, and The Simpsons' immediate predecessor in terms of his involvement, The Tracy Ullman Show, had demonstrated a consistent interest in people doing their best in circumstances that did not quite accommodate their hopes. The Simpsons was continuous with this interest, but the cartoon format allowed the concerns to be expressed with a freedom that live-action television had always resisted. In animation, you can do things that live-action cannot. You can depict violence that no actor could survive. You can show facial expressions that no human face can hold. You can render the interior states of your characters with a directness that naturalistic performance cannot always achieve. And you can do all of this within a frame that signals to the audience, this is not real. This is a heightened representation of real things, and the heightening is itself part of the meaning. The first episode, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, aired the 17th of December, 1989, and its comedy is essentially domestic realism rendered in cartoon. A man works a second job as a mall Santa because his employer has withheld his Christmas bonus. He bets the money he earns on a dog race because the calculation almost works. He loses. He brings the losing dog home because the dog is lovable and needs a home, and because Homer Simpson, when you strip away the comedy, is a man with a genuine heart living in circumstances that consistently thwart it. The episode generated almost no controversy. What it generated was an audience. 33 million viewers watched the pilot. That number established the show's commercial viability immediately and gave the network confidence that the risk of the program had paid off. The audience was there. The question was what the show was going to do with it. The second episode, Bart the Genius, introduced one of the show's central preoccupations, the disconnect between how institutions categorize people and what those people actually are. Bart cheats on an IQ test and is assigned to a gifted program. The episode follows the chaos that results. He cannot perform at the level his fraudulent test score implies, and the emotional and social consequences of being placed in an environment entirely mismatched to his actual abilities are rendered with surprising complexity. The comedy is real, but the underlying observation is one the show would return to repeatedly. The systems designed to sort people into appropriate categories tend to serve the categories more than the people. Bart's character was, from the beginning, built around this tension. He is not stupid. The show has never suggested he is stupid. What he is a specific kind of intelligence that standardized evaluation consistently fails to see. He is socially perceptive in ways that would read as exceptional in any number of applied fields. He is creative, resourceful, physically courageous, and capable of sustained effort when the effort is directed towards something that engages him. He is simply not engaged by anything the school is trying to teach him, and the school's response to his disengagement is to interpret it as incapacity and treat it accordingly. This is a real critique of a real educational phenomenon. The show knew this. It was willing to embed the critique in comedy without softening it into a lesson. The controversy around Bart's character from people who felt he was a bad influence was always based on a misreading that took the character's surface behavior as the show's endorsement of it, rather than seeing the more complex observation the show was actually making about what Bart's behavior revealed about the systems surrounding him. There's No Disgrace Like Home, the 4th episode of the 1st season, is one of the most revealing early episodes because of how directly it presents the show's central inversion of domestic sitcom conventions. Homer sees the Flanders family at a company picnic and is struck by how harmonious and affectionate they are compared to his own chaotic household. He becomes obsessed with making his own family more like them. He sells the family's television to pay for family therapy. The therapy session goes explosively wrong. Each family member proves so incapable of healthy communication that they electrocute each other with increasing voltage, trying to express their feelings. The episode ends with the family more chaotically dysfunctional than when it started, and somehow also more itself. The episode's comedy is built on something real. The experience of watching other families and feeling inadequate in comparison, the futile attempt to reshape your family to match an external standard, the discovery that your family's particular chaos is, in some essential way, your family. This is not a warm lesson neatly delivered. It is a more complicated observation about the nature of family identity, that it is constituted partly by its failures and eccentricities, that attempts to correct those failures and eccentricities run up against the deep structure of who these people actually are. For critics of the show, this episode's comedy was evidence of irresponsibility. It seemed to be saying that dysfunction was charming, that therapy was useless, that the appropriate response to family problems was simply to embrace them. For viewers who loved the show, it was saying something considerably more nuanced. That the pursuit of an idealized family harmony, when applied from outside without regard for the actual people involved, was itself a form of violence against the reality of those people. Homer's Night Out, episode 10 of the 1st season, is perhaps the earliest episode to generate genuine feminist critique of the show's content. Homer attends a party without Marge and dances with a belly dancer. Bart photographs the moment. The photograph spreads through Springfield. Marge finds out and is angry. Homer, in an attempt to make it right, brings the belly dancer, a woman named Princess Cashmere, to dinner with the family, and uses the occasion to make a speech about respecting women. The feminist critique of the episode was that it asked the woman, Princess Cashmere, to resolve a situation she had had no role in creating, treating her as a prop in Homer's redemption arc rather than as a person with her own perspective on the events. This critique is not wrong. The episode does treat the dancer instrumentally in a way that the show at its better moments would not. The show was still finding the calibration between comedic convenience and the ethical implications of how it treated its characters. What makes this episode interesting in retrospect is that it represents the show in an early state of development that would produce more sophisticated work on gender and on the specific pressures that Marge experiences. The later Marge-centered episodes are considerably more attentive to her experience as a person than this early episode was to Princess Cashmere's. The show grew in this direction, but it started from a place with these limitations. Season 2's Simpson and Delilah introduced a significant character arc around Homer's hair loss and its effects on his professional identity, and in doing so generated a controversy that the show handled with unusual dexterity. Homer discovers a hair growth product and begins using it. The product works, his hair returns, he is promoted, He hires a personal assistant named Carl. The episode is warm, funny, and built around a genuine observation about how physical appearance functions in professional environments. It is also the episode in which Carl, Homer's assistant, is implied to be gay in a way that was relatively clear for 1,990 American network television. Though the implication is gentle enough to have plausible deniability, the controversy around the episode's implied gay content was much smaller than the controversy around Homer's phobia 6 seasons later, partly because the implication in Simpson and Delilah was gentle enough that viewers who were not looking for it might not see it. The organized religious objection that descended on Homer's phobia in full force had not yet fully identified The Simpsons as a battleground over gay representation. By Season 8, it would be one of the primary fronts in that cultural argument, but in Season 2, the show was still relatively below the radar of that particular advocacy. What Simpson and Delilah does brilliantly, in retrospect, is embed its character work in a story that is also genuinely funny at every level. Carl is one of the warmest, most fully realized minor characters in the show's early history. The actor Harvey Fierstein voices him with extraordinary grace, and the episode's climax, in which Carl sacrifices himself professionally to save Homer's reputation, lands with genuine emotion because the show has taken Carl seriously as a person rather than as a comedic device or a symbol. Homer vs. Lisa and the Eighth Commandment, from Season 2, is the show's first direct engagement with religious ethics, and it is considerably more thoughtful than the controversy it generated suggested. Homer illegally acquires cable television. Lisa, in Sunday school, learns about the commandment against stealing. She becomes convinced that her father's stolen cable is a mortal sin and that the family's souls are in danger. The episode follows the family's negotiation of this conflict, with Homer eventually unplugging the cable before a major boxing match in a moment that the episode presents, with characteristic ambivalence, as neither triumphant virtue nor defeated principle, but simply as a person making a small choice about what kind of person he wants to be. The controversy from religious organizations was that the episode treated religious ethics too lightly, that Homer's eventual compliance with the commandment was presented as quaint rather than as the correct outcome of genuine moral reasoning. The episode was also read by some secular critics as treating Lisa's religious concern too seriously, as though the show was endorsing a specifically religious frame for what could equally well be a secular ethical question about theft. The show was doing what it has always done best, holding multiple positions simultaneously, taking each position seriously enough that its representatives recognize themselves, and declining to resolve the tension in a way that would make any of them fully comfortable. This is not easy. It requires a genuine commitment to complexity at the level of the writing, and the second season of The Simpsons was already demonstrating that commitment consistently. Old Money from Season 2 is one of the most emotionally serious episodes of the show's early years, and it generated almost no controversy, which itself tells us something. Grandpa falls in love with a resident of the retirement home named Beatrice, and she dies before he can take her on the date he has promised her. She leaves him her savings, and the episode follows his attempt to honor her memory by finding a worthy recipient for the money. The episode is quiet, affecting, and entirely free of the broad comedy that characterized the most controversial early episodes. It is a portrait of grief and dignity, rendered with genuine care. Its lack of controversy is instructive. The episodes that generated organized objection were the ones that disturbed the surface of comfortable cultural assumptions, the ones that mocked or subverted or refused to honor the expected positions. An episode that was simply honest and quiet and kind did not generate the same resistance. The Simpsons was controversial when it was funny in ways that challenged. It was not controversial when it was simply humane. This suggests that the concern was never really about the content itself, but about the show's refusal to be respectful in the conventional ways that earned institutional approval. By Season 3, the show had become confident enough in its creative identity to attempt something it had not previously tried: sustained formal experimentation. Several Season 3 episodes play with the show's own conventions, using the animated format to do things that were not available to live-action television and that pushed against what animation itself was understood to be capable of. Homer at the Bat brought 9 actual Major League Baseball players to guest voice fictionalized versions of themselves in a story about the Springfield nuclear power plant softball team winning the company championship. The episode is a perfect comedy machine, every player's gag timed with precision, the parody of sports narrative affectionate rather than contemptuous. It generated almost no controversy. Separate Vocations, also from Season 3, depicts Bart and Lisa swapping their expected social roles. Bart becomes a hall monitor enforcer, Lisa becomes a delinquent. The episode is built on the observation that both children have been shaped by social expectation as much as by any inherent quality, and that the shapes those expectations have imposed are in some ways as confining as they are enabling. Conservative critics read the episode as suggesting that discipline and delinquency were morally equivalent. The show was making a more complicated argument about how institutional roles shape identity, but the more complicated argument did not produce itself as a soundbite. Dog of Death, from Season 3, involves Santa's little helper being taken in by Mr. Burns after the Simpsons cannot afford the dog's medical care. Burns trains the dog to be aggressive and uses him as security. The episode recovers Santa's little helper and returns him to the family through the power of Homer's genuine affection for him. The episode generated objection from animal welfare organizations concerned about its depiction of dog training methods. The show was using the cartoon violence of Burns's conditioning methods for comedic effect, but organizations focused on the real-world treatment of animals were not in a position to treat cartoon content as clearly distinct from advocacy. The Season 3 production of Colonel Homer generated behind-the-scenes controversy rather than public-facing controversy, and illustrates the kind of tension that existed within the show's production environment. The episode involves Homer discovering a country singer named Lurleen Lumpkin and attempting to manage her career. The relationship between Homer and Lurleen generates genuine marital tension as Marge perceives, correctly, that Lurleen's feelings for Homer are not purely professional. The internal controversy around the episode involved questions about how directly the show could depict Homer in a position of potential infidelity, how clearly Lurleen's romantic interest could be rendered, and how honestly the marital tension could be played. These negotiations were resolved in the final episode, but the fact that they occurred illustrates the ongoing calibration process happening within the production. The show was not simply doing whatever it wanted. It was doing whatever it could negotiate, and the negotiation was detailed and ongoing. Homer's Triple Bypass from Season 4 is the episode that most directly addresses Homer's health, and the show has never fully resolved the relationship between its comedy and the serious subject of cardiovascular disease. Homer has a heart attack. He requires a triple bypass that the family cannot afford. The episode handles this with a mixture of comedy and genuine fear that is characteristic of the show at its best. The comedy does not minimize the fear. The fear does not eliminate the comedy. They exist simultaneously in a way that only The Simpsons, among American television programs of its era, was capable of consistently managing. Medical organizations expressed concern that the episode trivialized heart disease and could discourage viewers from seeking medical attention. This is a concern that applied to a great deal of health-related content in American entertainment, and The Simpsons was not specifically singled out as unusually irresponsible on this front. But the episode's existence within the ongoing campaign of concern about the show's social responsibility meant that even episodes that generated relatively minor objections accumulated into the overall portrait of a show that required continuous vigilance. Marge vs. the Monorail, from Season 4, is one of the most beloved episodes in the show's history, and its controversy is unusual precisely because it is a controversy about something the show was right about. The episode parodies civic gullibility and the readiness of communities to invest in obviously fraudulent schemes when those schemes are presented with sufficient showmanship. A con man named Lyle Lanley sells Springfield on building a monorail. The monorail is a disaster. Homer, who has been trained as the monorail conductor, has to bring the runaway monorail to a halt through a fortunate circumstance. The episode ends with Lanley being taken off a plane by the people of another town he conned. The controversy came not from content but from influence. Several commentators argued that the episode had produced real-world skepticism about actual public transit projects in American cities by associating the concept of mass transit with fraud and incompetence. This argument is difficult to evaluate. The episode was a satire of civic gullibility and confidence schemes, not a general argument against public infrastructure. But the concern that entertainment media influence on public policy attitudes has unintended consequences is a genuine one, and The Simpsons' combination of cultural reach and pointed satire made it a specific target for this kind of analysis. Extended Section 3. The Middle Years in Greater Depth. Let the night carry you further in. The middle years are where the show became something definitive and where the controversies became something more serious. The sixth season of The Simpsons produced 25 episodes, and 25 episodes is an enormous amount of content to produce at any level of quality. The fact that the sixth season produced so many episodes that are still considered exemplary by the show's most devoted fans, still cited as evidence of what television comedy can achieve when everything is working, is a measure of something genuinely extraordinary. The writing staff of that period was operating at a level of collective creative productivity that is rare in any artistic medium. But sustained creative productivity at that level produces its own pressures. The writing staff was working very hard. They were producing a great deal of material very quickly, and the cultural context in which they were producing it was changing in real time around them. The mid-1990s were a period of significant cultural conflict in America. The culture war of the late 1980s had not dissipated. It had, in some ways, intensified. The arguments about what American culture should look like, who should have a voice in it, which communities and experiences deserved representation, were being conducted in every medium simultaneously. And The Simpsons, as the most watched and most discussed primetime program on American television, was at the center of all of them. Homer the Great, the 12th episode of Season 6, is a masterpiece of fraternal organization satire that repays examination beyond the brief mention it received earlier. The episode's central joke is that the Stonecutters, Springfield's secret fraternal society, control the world. They have suppressed cold fusion, rigged the Olympics, and held back Steve Gutenberg's career. The list of things they control is a comedy of inflation. It starts with plausible conspiracies and escalates through implausible ones into pure absurdity, and the escalation is so smooth that by the time you reach Steve Gutenberg, you have traveled a considerable distance from where you started without noticing the journey. When Homer is revealed to be the chosen one, the episode shifts from parody of secret societies to parody of Messiah narratives, and the two parodies interact in ways that generate comedy from their combination as well as from each individually. Homer as the unwitting Messiah figure is a joke about Homer, about Messiah narratives, and about the human tendency to project profound significance onto ordinary people who happen to have the right birthmark. The episode's most durable comedy element is the song We Do, which lists the things the Stonecutters do. The song has been quoted so many times in so many contexts that it has become something like a cultural shorthand for secret society humor generally. This kind of cultural embedding, where a piece of content becomes a reference point that operates outside the original context, is the specific mechanism by which The Simpsons has exerted its broader cultural influence. The song is funnier than any one quotation of it can communicate, because it works as a structure, as a rhythm, as a shape, and single lines quoted out of context can only gesture at the whole. Bart Sells His Soul, episode 4 of season 7, is perhaps the most philosophically interesting episode in the show's history, and it generated a kind of quiet controversy among viewers who felt the show had done something either brilliant or irresponsible, with a concept that warranted more careful handling. Bart, to prove that the soul does not exist, sells his soul to Milhouse for $5. He then spends the episode experiencing the gradual loss of the things that make him himself. Automatic doors will not open for him. He cannot get animals to come to him. His laughter loses its spontaneity. The soul, the episode suggests, is not a religious concept but an experiential one. It is the quality that makes automatic connection between a person and the world around them feel natural rather than effortful. Religious organizations objected to the episode's treatment of the soul because it was a secular rather than theological treatment. The episode did not argue that the soul was a religious concept. It argued that there was something real, that soul named, but that something was understood in terms of human experience rather than divine design. For organizations whose objection to The Simpsons was rooted in the belief that the show was hostile to religious understanding, an episode that both took the soul seriously and refused to understand it in religious terms was a specific kind of offense. The episode ends with Lisa buying Bart's soul back from the boy who had purchased it from Milhouse. The ending is warm and quietly miraculous, and it does not fully explain itself, which is one of the things that makes it memorable. 22 short films about Springfield. Episode 21 of Season 7 was an experiment that divided critical opinion at the time, and has grown considerably in reputation since. The episode is structured as a series of short vignettes, each following a different Springfield resident through a single day. There is no central narrative. There is no traditional story arc. The episode is instead a collection of perspectives, a mosaic of ordinary Springfield life seen from angles the main family would never provide. The format was influenced by the Quentin Tarantino film Pulp Fiction, and the influence was clear enough that some critics felt the episode was too derivative. What the episode accomplished that critics initially undervalued was the demonstration that Springfield worked as a world independent of the Simpson family. The residents of Springfield were not simply background presences who existed to react to the main characters. They had their own interior lives, their own concerns, their own comedies. The episode proved this with such specificity that it retroactively enriched every background character who had appeared in the show's 7 years. The Millhouse vignette, in which Millhouse is pursued through Springfield by a man seeking to remove a piece of gum from his hair, is a complete short film in itself. The Superintendent Chalmers and Principal Skinner vignette, built around the catchphrase "steamed hams," is one of the most quoted pieces of internet comedy culture to have emerged from the show. The Sideshow Bob vignette, in which he repeatedly steps on rakes, is a single joke taken to its most exhausting and then, somehow, most transcendent conclusion. The controversy around this episode was genuinely mild. Some critics felt the format was too indulgent, that the abandonment of traditional story structure was a form of self-congratulation. These critics were not wrong that the format was indulgent. They were wrong that indulgence was what defined the episode's quality. Scenes from the class struggle in Springfield, from Season 7, is one of the show's most explicitly class-conscious episodes and generated commentary from both directions of the political spectrum. Marge finds a Chanel suit at a discount store and begins wearing it to events at the Springfield Country Club, gradually becoming part of the club's social world. The episode is a careful, affectionate, and not entirely comfortable observation of the way class aspiration works in American life. Marge is drawn upward by the pleasures of belonging to something more refined than her ordinary world. The family is damaged by her increasing absence from their actual lives. The episode resolves, in characteristic Simpsons fashion, by having Marge choose her family over her new social aspirations. But the choice is not made without genuine loss, and the episode does not pretend the loss is trivial. Conservative critics felt the episode was dismissive of aspiration, that it was framing Marge's desire to improve her social position as a betrayal of authentic values. Liberal critics felt the episode was too gentle toward the class dynamics it was depicting, that a show more committed to structural critique would have engaged more directly with why the country club world was as exclusive as it was, rather than simply depicting Marge's personal navigation of that exclusivity. The show was doing something characteristic, and something that neither set of critics found fully satisfying. It was being honest about the complicated feelings that class dynamics produce, without making a definitive argument about what those feelings meant or what should be done about them. This honesty is not comfortable. It does not produce a clearly assignable political position. But it is genuine, and it reflects the actual experience of aspiration and belonging more accurately than a cleaner argument would. The Springfield Files, the 10th episode of Season 8, is the episode that generated the specific plot element that became the cornerstone of the radiation mutation theory. The revelation that what Homer saw in the woods was Mr. Burns glowing from his weekly medical treatments. The episode is a parody of The X-Files, featuring actors David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson voicing versions of Mulder and Scully. The comedy of the episode is a love letter to The X-Files' specific aesthetic, the atmospheric lighting, the paranoid institutional resistance, the romantic tension between two professional colleagues who operate in a world of perpetual uncertainty. The Simpsons understood The X-Files well enough to parody it affectionately, which is a measure of genuine engagement with the source material. The controversy around the episode was minimal at the time of broadcast. What the Springfield Files has generated in terms of controversy since its broadcast is primarily analytical. The episode is one of the most cited pieces of evidence in discussions of the show's internal mythology. The revelation that Burns's medical treatments are so extreme that they cause his body to emit visible light quietly restructures everything the show has established about Burns's longevity and his relationship to the power. Plants radiation. Season 9, the year of the Principal and the Pauper, was also the year of the City of New York versus Homer Simpson, an episode we have discussed in the context of the September 11th impact. But the episode is worth revisiting for what it tells us about the show's ability to depict a specific American city with genuine warmth while also making aggressive jokes at that city's expense. The episode is built around Homer's elaborate and sustained attempt to retrieve his car from Lower Manhattan, where it has been illegally parked for an extended period. The Department of Motor Vehicles subplot, in which Homer waits for hours for a form while the DMV employee takes increasingly long breaks, is one of the show's funniest bureaucracy jokes. The episode's depiction of New York as simultaneously extraordinary and deeply inconvenient is a more affectionate portrait of the city than Springfield usually offers of any specific location. The episode's retirement from regular rotation after September 11th and its eventual return is a story about what timing does to content. The episode had not changed. New York had changed, catastrophically, and the episode's cheerful depiction of Lower Manhattan, with the towers visible throughout, could not be broadcast in the immediate aftermath of their destruction, without feeling wrong in a way that transcended editorial judgment. The decision to pull the episode was made by people who understood both what the episode was and what the current moment demanded. These things could not both be honored simultaneously, and the current moment took precedence. When You Dish Upon a Star, from Season 10, generated the show's most significant celebrity dispute up to that point, involving Ron Howard, Alec Baldwin, and Kim Basinger. The episode depicts Homer discovering a secret Hollywood retreat where Baldwin, Basinger, and Howard are hiding from the public. He manages their privacy incompetently, eventually leading to their cover being blown. The episode is broad Hollywood satire, and the three stars agreed to appear in it voicing versions of themselves. The controversy, such as it was, emerged from the specific characterizations. Baldwin and Basinger, who were married at the time of the episode's production, were depicted in ways that some reviewers found uncomfortably specific about their real relationship dynamics. The characterizations were comedic exaggerations, not documentary representations. But the episode's humor derived partly from what was recognizable about the people being depicted, and what was recognizable included certain tensions that the subjects may not have wanted rendered comedically in a show watched by tens of millions of people. The episode is not particularly controversial by any absolute standard. It is only controversial relative to the expectations generated by the show's usual gentleness with its guest stars. The stars who appeared in The Simpsons were generally given character work that was more affectionate than pointed. When You Dish Upon a Star was more pointed than affectionate, and the difference was noticeable. Extended Section 4. The Apu Controversy in Full Depth. This section is long. It deserves to be long. Let your breathing be slow. The full account of the Apu controversy requires understanding the cultural environment of 1990 as it relates to Asian representation in American media, and specifically South Asian representation, because that environment is the context within which Apu was created, and the context within which the creation made a specific kind of sense that it would not make today. In 1990, the year The Simpsons introduced Apu in the episode The Telltale Head and gave him a full episode in Season 2's Homer and Apu. South Asian characters were essentially invisible in American mainstream entertainment. Not underrepresented, essentially invisible. The number of South Asian characters with significant roles in American film and television who were portrayed by South Asian actors, or by anyone, was extremely small. The cultural images of South Asian people available in American media were largely confined to stereotypes that had calcified in the preceding decades. The exotic intellectual, the mystical guru, the convenience store operator with an accent. The Simpsons chose the convenience store operator. This choice reflected the reality that convenience stores, gas stations, and small retail businesses had become, by 1990, areas of significant South Asian entrepreneurial presence in American life, particularly in urban areas. The choice was in some sense a recognition of a real social pattern. But the choice also locked Apu into an occupational category that was itself a stereotype, and the comedic framing of his character, the exaggerated accent, the improbable family size, the cheerful acceptance of long working hours as a natural condition of his existence, built the character's comedic identity around markers of difference rather than around anything more individualized. To be fair to the people who created Apu, they also gave him qualities that went well beyond stereotype. Apu was educated. He held a doctoral degree, mentioned in the episode Much Apu About Nothing from Season 7, from the Calcutta Institute of Technology, and the episode's joke was that he had worked so hard to earn this degree and had ended up running a convenience store, a joke that pointed at American credentialism and immigration's displacement of professional achievement. He was devoted to his wife and to his 8 children. He was honest in his business dealings to a degree that exceeded most of the other business people in Springfield. He was a good friend, capable of genuine emotional depth in his interactions with the Simpson family. These qualities were real and were part of the character from his earliest appearances. The people who dismiss Apu's complexity as irrelevant to the critique, who argue that no amount of positive characterization can redeem a character built on an exaggerated accent and occupational stereotype, are making an argument that has some validity, but that also fails to engage with what the character actually was in the specific episodes that gave him the most development. The counter-argument, and it is the argument that the documentary The Problem with Apu made most effectively, is that the qualities of the character as written and voiced did not determine how the character was used by the culture that received him. A child being mocked at school with "Thank you, come again" was not being mocked with Apu's doctorate or his devotion to his family. The child was being mocked with his accent and his foreignness, and the show had provided those elements as the primary comedic material around which the character was built. This distinction between the character as written and the character as culturally deployed is crucial. Responsibility for how creative work functions in the world cannot stop at the edge of the creative intention. The people who created Apu intended, one must assume, to create a funny and ultimately sympathetic character who happened to be South Asian. They did create that character in significant ways. But they also created something that the culture used in ways they did not intend and perhaps did not fully anticipate, and that usage caused real harm to real people. Hari Kondabolu's experience making the documentary and what he learned from it is itself a significant part of the story. Kondabolu is a second-generation South Asian American who grew up with Apu as part of his cultural landscape. His relationship with the character was, from childhood, complicated. He loved The Simpsons. He found the show funny. He also experienced Apu as something that his classmates used against him and against other South Asian children, and this experience produced in him a sustained discomfort with the character that he carried into adulthood. The documentary was not made in a spirit of anger. It was made in a spirit of genuine inquiry. What does it do to a community when its primary mainstream cultural representation is a stereotype? What does it do to the children who grow up with that representation as their primary visibility in mainstream culture? What is the responsibility of cultural producers toward the communities their work depicts? These are not rhetorical questions. They are genuine questions that the documentary raised in a context where many of the most important voices in American entertainment were finally willing to engage with them seriously. The South Asian comedians, actors, and writers who appeared in the documentary were not uniformly hostile to The Simpsons. Several of them expressed genuine affection for the show alongside their discomfort with Apu. They understood the difference between a show that had failed to think carefully enough about one aspect of its representation and a show that was fundamentally hostile to their community. They were not arguing for the cancellation of The Simpsons or for the erasure of its history. They were asking for acknowledgement and for change. The response from the show's creative team in the period immediately following the documentary's release was, as noted earlier, inadequate. The "no good read goes unpunished" scene was seen, broadly, as evasive. The show's defenders argued that the scene was an honest acknowledgement of the difficulty of the situation. There was no clean solution, and the show was being honest about that. The show's critics argued that framing the absence of a solution as an honest acknowledgement was itself a form of evasion that used the difficulty of the problem as a reason to not engage with the problem. Both positions had merit, but the asymmetry of power in the situation gave more weight to the critics' position. The show was a large and commercially successful institution. The communities asking for acknowledgement and engagement were in a considerably less powerful position. When a large institution responds to a legitimate request for engagement with a gesture that signals it has heard the request without actually engaging with it, the appropriate critique is not, "This is better than nothing." The appropriate critique is, "This is inadequate to the situation." Al Jean, who has spoken publicly about Apu in more detail than anyone else associated with the show, has made arguments that deserve engagement rather than dismissal. He argued that Apu was not written as a stereotype but as a specific person, that the character's qualities went well beyond what a simple stereotyping exercise would produce. This is true in the sense that the writing for Apu over the character's best episodes was genuinely attentive to his individuality in ways that pure stereotype would not have been. But it is also a defense that misunderstands the critique, which was never solely about the writing but about the combination of the writing with the accent with the cultural deployment of both. Gene also argued that the character had been voiced by Hank Azaria for nearly 30 years, and that retiring him from the character was a significant decision that could not be made lightly. This argument has more force. Azaria had built the character over decades of work. The relationship between voice actor and character in animation is not simply a technical matter. It is a creative relationship that has produced, in this case, something that millions of people have genuine affection for. To argue that the relationship should end because of the accent means engaging honestly with the fact that the accent was built into the character from the beginning, not added later. It means acknowledging that a decision made at the character's creation had consequences that were not adequately considered at the time of creation. Hank Azaria's personal journey through this controversy is a story that deserves to be told with the specificity it has earned. Azaria initially expressed ambivalence about the criticism of Apu. This ambivalence was not dishonest or self-serving, though it was understandable that people affected by the controversy read it that way. Azaria had spent nearly 30 years building a character that he loved and that audiences loved. The suggestion that this character was causing harm was not something he was able to immediately accept, because the character, as he understood it, was a creation of genuine effort and genuine affection. What changed his position was listening. He has described the specific experiences of hearing from South Asian Americans, particularly from families with children, about what Apu had meant to them growing up, not what the character meant to him as its creator. What the character had meant to the people who encountered it from the outside, who encountered it not as a creation but as an image, not as something they had made but as something that had been made about them. This distinction, between the experience of creation and the experience of reception, is fundamental to understanding why the Apu controversy was real, even if the intentions behind the character were not malicious. Azaria came to understand this distinction through direct human contact with the people on the other side of it, and when he understood it, he changed his position. His eventual apology, specific and personal, directed to Kondabolu and to the South Asian American community more broadly, was received as genuine because it was the product of genuine transformation rather than professional calculation. People can generally tell the difference. The apology read as the apology of a man who had genuinely learned something and was genuinely sorry, and that is what it was. The broader question the Apu controversy raises about voice casting in animation is one that the industry is still working through. The argument for cross-racial voice casting has historically been that animation is a medium of voice performance, that the most important qualification for any voice role is the ability to deliver the performance the character requires, and that restricting voice roles by race limits the range of available talent in ways that ultimately harm the productions being cast. The argument against cross-racial voice casting is that the history of voice casting for non-white characters has systematically excluded non-white voice actors from the most prominent roles in their own communities' representation, that this exclusion has material consequences for careers, and that the argument for unrestricted casting has in practice functioned as a justification for white actors to occupy roles that should have provided opportunities for actors from the communities being depicted. Both arguments are internally coherent. The resolution that The Simpsons and many other productions have adopted, that non-white characters will be voiced by non-white actors going forward, is not the only logically defensible position, but it is a defensible one that has the virtue of addressing the material harm of systematic exclusion with a clear and consistent policy. What it does not resolve is the deeper question of whether casting policy is the most important variable in representation. A non-white actor voicing a character whose comedic function is built on the exaggeration of their community's cultural markers does not produce meaningfully better representation than a white actor doing the same thing. The casting matters. The writing matters at least as much, if not more. And the structural question, who is in the writer's room when these characters are being created and developed, matters more than either. Extended Section 5. The political years in full depth. The hours are deep now. This is the long middle of the night. The political controversies of The Simpsons require understanding the show's political positioning, which has never been as simple as either its critics or its defenders have suggested. The show is not a liberal show in the sense that it advocates for liberal positions in any consistent or direct way. It is a show that is skeptical of power, that takes seriously the gap between official accounts and lived experience, and that has a deep structural sympathy for the economically vulnerable that produces political observations consistent with certain progressive positions, without constituting an endorsement of progressive politics as such. This positioning has made the show a target for conservative criticism, because conservative criticism of the show has been built on the premise that it is a liberal advocacy vehicle disguised as entertainment. The premise is not entirely wrong. The show does make observations about economic inequality, institutional corruption, and concentrated private power that are more comfortable with left-of-center analysis than with right-of-center analysis. But calling the show a liberal vehicle misses the way it also consistently satirizes the pieties and performative qualities of organized liberalism, often with as much precision as it brings to conservative targets. Sideshow Bob Roberts, which we discussed briefly, deserves the fuller treatment its political significance warrants. The episode aired in October 1994, in the weeks before the midterm elections that produced the Republican Revolution. This timing was noted at the time. The episode's central plot involves a conservative radio host, voiced by Birch Barlow in a clear parody of Rush Limbaugh, conducting a campaign to release Sideshow Bob from prison. Bob is released and, backed by conservative money and media support, runs for mayor of Springfield on a platform of law and order and small government. He wins the election through voter fraud. The episode is extraordinarily specific about the mechanisms of the fraud: district-by-district manipulation, voter registration of the dead, precinct-level coordination. The specificity was both comedic and documentary in its effect. The show was not simply saying that political elections can be stolen. It was depicting, in broad comedic strokes, how they have historically been stolen. The episode also made the argument that the conservative media establishment of the period was both deliberately misleading its audience and operating in bad faith in its political advocacy. This was 1994. Rush Limbaugh was at the peak of his influence. The specific targeting of a Limbaugh stand-in for satirical attack was not a neutral comedic choice. It was a choice that said something, and that something was clear enough that conservative organizations organized against it. The show's position that the episode was political satire, and that political satire was protected by both the First Amendment and a long tradition of American comedic expression, was correct. The conservative organization's position that the show was using its cultural power to make politically partisan arguments was also, in a narrower sense, correct. Both things can be true simultaneously, and the discomfort that produces is itself politically meaningful. Marge Gets a Job, from Season 4, generated a specific subplot controversy around sexual harassment in the workplace that is interesting primarily for what it reveals about the moment of its production. Marge begins working at the nuclear power plant. Burns develops an obsession with her and eventually holds her hostage in his office, where Tom Jones arrives to perform, because Burns has simply purchased Tom Jones for this purpose. The episode plays Burns's obsession with Marge entirely for comedy, and Tom Jones's captive performance is one of the show's more purely delightful absurdist gags. But the subplot depicts what is, straightforwardly, a case of workplace sexual harassment, and the show does not treat it as such. Burns's behavior is not presented as criminal, or even as seriously inappropriate. It is presented as eccentric and comedically extreme. This framing was noticed by critics even at the time of the episode's broadcast. The show was depicting real conduct in a comedic frame that declined to engage with the real harm of that conduct. In retrospect, given what the culture has learned since about the normalization of workplace harassment through comedy, the episode reads differently than it did in 1992. Not because the conduct depicted was more acceptable then, but because the cultural vocabulary for naming the harm was less developed, and content that declined to engage with that vocabulary simply read as comedy rather than as comedy that was declining to do something important. The show knew how to be more careful. It occasionally chose not to be. Two Bad Neighbors, the episode featuring George H.W. Bush as Homer's neighbor, deserves fuller treatment than it has received in our account. The episode aired in January 1996, after Bush had left office. It is a direct act of creative retaliation for the Waltons vs. Simpsons comment Bush had made 4 years earlier. The episode is also, and this is easy to miss, somewhat affectionate toward Bush as a person, even as it is merciless about his public persona. The comedy of the episode is built around the culture clash between Homer and a former president who has essentially the opposite values and self-presentation to Homer's. Bush is formal, where Homer is casual. Bush is disciplined where Homer is impulsive. Bush has standards of dignity that Homer cannot meet and cannot understand the importance of meeting. The comedy derives from this friction, and the friction is sustained throughout the episode with the precision that characterized the show's best work of this period. The episode's conclusion, in which Bush is driven from the neighborhood by the combined pranks of Bart and his friends and is replaced as a neighbor by Mikhail Gorbachev, has a specific comic logic. The American president is expelled through the same kind of anarchic resistance that has always been the Simpsons' response to institutional authority, and is replaced by a figure who represents a different kind of failed political institution. The two failed institutional figures bond over their shared displacement. It is a warm ending to a pointed episode. The show's relationship with the Clinton years was broadly less contentious than its relationship with the Bush years had been, partly because Clinton was a less convenient target for the show's specific satirical sensibility. Clinton's political failures, which were real and significant, were not primarily the failures of institutional incompetence or contempt for ordinary people that the show satirized most effectively. They were personal failures of a specific kind, and personal failures in the arena of sexual conduct were not territory the show regularly occupied. The show made gentle references to Clinton throughout his presidency without ever making him a central satirical target. This restraint was noted by critics who felt the show was applying its satirical attention unevenly. The counter-argument was that the show's satire was targeted at institutional power and its misuse, and that the Clinton scandals, while serious, were not primarily about the misuse of institutional power in the ways that the show was designed to examine. The years of the George W. Bush presidency produced the show's most complex political positioning. The show made references to the Iraq War, to the atmosphere of post-9/11 political culture, to the specific dynamics of the Bush administration's relationship with truth. But it did so with a care that reflected an awareness of the volatility of these subjects in the period immediately following the September 11th attacks. Several episodes that would have been produced in the first years of the Bush administration involved an unusual degree of internal review before broadcast. The show was navigating a cultural moment in which political satire of the administration carried specific risks and generated specific kinds of criticism that had not existed in the same form before 2001. The show did not capitulate to those pressures, but it was aware of them in ways that shaped its choices. The Obama years produced a specific controversy around the show's depictions of the first black president of the United States. The show had always depicted the president as a satirical figure, subject to the same comedic treatment as any other institutional authority. But the first black president was also a specific kind of cultural symbol that carried weight beyond the person occupying the office, and the show's comedic treatment of Obama navigated this complexity with varying degrees of success. Some episodes treated Obama with the same comedic irreverence applied to any other institutional figure. Others were noticeably more careful, reflecting an awareness that satirizing the first black president in the same register as his predecessors risked being read, in the context of the racism directed at Obama, as participating in something other than standard political satire. The tension between these two impulses, treating Obama as just another political figure subject to comedic deflation and recognizing the specific significance of his symbolic position, produced some of the show's more uncomfortable political material of the period. The show never fully resolved the tension, and the unresolved quality of its Obama-era political content reflects a genuine uncertainty about how to honor both the traditions of political satire and the specific demands of a moment that exceeded those traditions. Extended Section 6. Celebrity and production in full depth. Breathe out. The room has been with you all along. The celebrity relationship stories of The Simpsons extend far beyond the handful of cases that have generated significant controversy. The show's guest appearance culture, which produced hundreds of celebrity appearances across its run, developed a specific set of conventions that became as characteristic as any other feature of the show's creative identity. The conventions developed organically. The earliest celebrity appearances, before the show had fully established its identity, were somewhat uncertain about what the guest was there to do. Later celebrity appearances achieved a quality of confident integration, with the celebrity's public persona being used as material in a way that was both clearly comedic and genuinely affectionate. The celebrities who worked best with the show were the ones who were willing to be the subject of the joke without requiring that the joke be entirely flattering. Elizabeth Taylor voicing Maggie Simpson's first word, Daddy, was a pure cameo. No satirical content, no parody of Taylor's persona, simply the most famous female voice in American film being applied to an infant's first word for the comedic effect of the disparity. The joke worked because Taylor was willing to participate in a gag that made her presence feel both consequential and absurd simultaneously. Tony Hawk, who appeared in Season 15's Barding Over, brought a willingness to be mocked for the commercialization of the sport he had helped create. The episode does not spare Hawk from its satire of corporate sports culture, and Hawk's willingness to be part of the satirical target rather than simply a guest appearance elevated the episode's comedy. The recurring story of celebrity appearances that became complicated in retrospect is one of the most delicate categories in the show's archival history. The show has featured guest appearances from people whose subsequent conduct has generated significant public concern. Managing these appearances requires the same kind of judgment that the Michael Jackson situation required. Assessing the severity of the alleged conduct, the directness of the connection between that conduct and the content of the appearance, and the cultural significance of the work involved. In some cases, the appearances are effectively invisible. Small roles, minimal significance, easily passed over. In others, the appearance is central to the episode's identity, and the episode cannot be discussed without reference to the person who appeared in it. These are the difficult cases, and they are handled differently depending on the specific circumstances, the severity of the conduct in question, and the ongoing evolution of cultural understanding about what different kinds of harm warrant. The show has not applied a single consistent standard to these situations, and the inconsistency has been noticed and criticized. A consistent standard would have the virtue of clarity, but consistent standards applied to genuinely different situations produce injustices at the extremes, treating severe and minor cases alike because they share a formal category. The absence of a consistent standard has the virtue of case-by-case judgment and the disadvantage of appearing arbitrary. The story of Phil Hartman and the characters he voiced deserves further expansion because the story of what happened after his death reveals something important about how the show understood its own relationship to the people who made it. Hartman had been a regular presence in the show's guest voice rotation since Season 1, and his two recurring characters, Lionel Hutz and Troy McClure, were among the show's most beloved supporting presences. Hutz appeared whenever The Simpsons needed legal representation that would be both entertainingly incompetent and somehow always available. McClure appeared whenever the show needed a washed-up entertainer whose dignity had not kept pace with his self-regard. The characters shared a quality that made them more than mere joke delivery systems. They had a specific kind of pathos built into their comedy. Lionel Hutz's legal incompetence was inseparable from his fundamental loneliness, his desperation for clients, his need to believe himself more capable than his results suggested. Troy McClure's endless optimism about his career, his cheerful insistence that each new project was the one that would restore him to prominence, was built on a foundation of genuine sadness about what he had lost and what he would never recover. Hartman voiced both of these qualities with an extraordinary precision, finding the specific register where pathos and comedy existed simultaneously without either canceling the other. After Hartman's death, the show made the decision to retire both characters without recasting. The decision was made without public announcement. It simply became apparent, over the following episodes and seasons, that Hutz and McClure were no longer appearing. They did not return. The show eventually introduced a character named Lionel Hutz, who is clearly not the same person as the original. The show has never directly addressed the absence of the original Hutz or McClure in any episode. They are simply gone, present in the archive, visible whenever the relevant episodes are watched, but no longer part of the ongoing story. This is the appropriate response to an irreplaceable loss. Not substitution, not tribute, simply the acknowledgement through absence that something valuable is gone and cannot be replaced. The two characters are monuments, in a way, to what Hartman gave the show. Specific, funny, deeply humane performances that nobody else was going to be able to replicate. The controversies around specific productions within the show's history, the arguments about individual episodes that took place within the creative team before the episode was ever broadcast, are part of the show's story that has only been partially told. These internal disputes were real and sometimes intense. The writers' room culture of The Simpsons, particularly in its golden age, was highly competitive and occasionally adversarial. Strong opinions about what was and was not funny, about what was and was not appropriate, about what the show should and should not do were expressed forcefully by people who cared deeply about the work. The fact that the show consistently produced extraordinary results from this environment does not mean the environment was comfortable. Extraordinary results and comfortable environments do not necessarily coexist. The internal creative arguments that have become public through interviews, DVD commentaries, and occasional authorized accounts reveal a production culture in which the calibration of comedy, tone, and ethical limits was a constant ongoing negotiation. These negotiations were not always resolved to everyone's satisfaction. Occasionally, they resulted in episodes that pleased some of the people who made them and troubled others. The golden age of The Simpsons was produced by a culture of productive, creative conflict, and the visible excellence of the results is the best evidence that the conflict was productive. Final extended section. The legacy and what remains. The sky outside has a quality now. The night is not yet over, but something in the air has changed slightly. Stay where you are. The full account of every Simpsons scandal and every banned episode, taken together, produces a picture that is more complex and more interesting than any single narrative about the show's relationship with controversy would suggest. The show was not systematically irresponsible. It was not systematically cautious either. It was a creative institution operating in real time, making decisions under pressure, sometimes getting those decisions right and sometimes getting them wrong, and continuing to make decisions across a span of time long enough that the culture around it changed fundamentally several times over while the show was still running. The things the show got right, it got very right. The decision to stand behind Homer's phobia when advertisers withdrew over the gay content was right. The decision to retire Lionel Hutz and Troy McClure after Hartman's death was right. The eventual decision to stop voicing Apu and to recast non-white characters with non-white actors was right, even if it came later than it should have. The decision to retire Stark Raving Dad was, given the circumstances, right, even though it cost the cultural commons something genuinely valuable. The things the show got wrong, it got wrong in characteristic ways. The initial response to the Apu controversy was the kind of institutional deflection that large and successful institutions produce when challenged. An acknowledgement that something might need addressing, combined with a refusal to specify what that something was, or to demonstrate any urgency about addressing it. The show had spent 30 years satirizing exactly this kind of institutional response in every institution but itself. The show's endurance is itself a kind of argument. Not an argument for any specific position, but an argument for the value of the kind of work it represents. The Simpsons has persisted through 3.5 decades of American cultural life because it has consistently told the truth about something real. Not the truth about everything, not a complete or always adequate truth, but a truth that enough people recognize often enough that they keep returning to it. The truth about what it feels like to love a family imperfectly. The truth about what it feels like to live in a community that is simultaneously ridiculous and essential. The truth about the gap between the official story and the lived experience of American working-class life. These truths were worth telling in 1989. They are worth telling now. The specific forms in which the show has told them have sometimes been inadequate or harmful. The underlying commitment to telling them has been consistent and real. The banned episodes, taken together, tell a story about the show that is not the story the show tells about itself. The story the show tells about itself, through its own comedy and its own meta-commentary, is a story about a cartoon family in a cartoon town doing cartoon things with whatever version of the real world the current moment provides as material. The story the banned episodes tell is a story about an institution navigating, imperfectly but persistently, the genuine complexity of depicting real human concerns in a medium that is simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, simultaneously the most American of entertainments and the most globally distributed, simultaneously the most irreverent and the most beloved. The episodes that were pulled, modified, retired, or banned were the episodes where the navigation went wrong in some way, where the content outpaced the culture's readiness to receive it, or where the culture's readiness to receive certain things had moved past where the content was anchored. Sometimes the content was the problem. Sometimes the timing was the problem. Sometimes the context changed in ways that the content could not survive. But even the banned episodes, even the ones the show would like to take back, are part of the story. They are evidence that the show was trying to do something real, something with genuine stakes, something that could succeed and could fail. A show that never fails has never tried anything worth failing at. Springfield is a town that does not appear on any map. It has mountains and oceans and deserts and forests and harbors and gorges, and a nuclear power plant with cracked cooling towers, and a family in a yellow house on Evergreen Terrace who have been there since the last days of 1989 and will, it seems, be there for the foreseeable future. The controversies we have traveled through tonight are the evidence of Springfield's reality. Not its cartoon reality, its cultural reality. The reality of a place and a family that has been present in the lives of enough people for long enough that it has become part of how those people understand themselves and their world. You might have grown up with The Simpsons. You might have watched them with your parents, or with your children, or alone late at night in a room that felt a long way from Springfield even as you watched. You might have laughed at things that other people found objectionable, or found objectionable things that others laughed at, and you might have argued about any of it or decided it was not worth arguing about. All of that is the show. Not just the content on the screen, but everything the content produced. The arguments, the bans, the controversies, the advertiser boycotts, the diplomatic complaints from the government of Brazil, the letter from the New Orleans Tourism Bureau, the congressional commentary, the fan theories, the production feuds, the creative departures, the celebrity disputes, all of it. The Simpsons generated all of that not despite being good but because of it. Things that do not matter do not generate this kind of sustained, serious engagement. The controversies are the measure of how much the show has mattered. The family is on the couch. The credits roll. The couch gag plays, or has played, in 1,000 different variations, each one a small joke about the show's own durability, its own awareness that it has been doing this for longer than most of its audience has been alive. Homer turns to the family. The episode ends. The world resets. Springfield remains. And here, in whatever room you are in whatever hour this is, the night is doing what nights do, moving quietly toward whatever comes next, carrying you along with it, past the scandals and the bans and the arguments, and the genuine failures and the genuine achievements of 36 years of extraordinary television, into the quiet that comes after. You do not need to hold any of it. You do not need to remember the specifics. The Apu controversy and the Michael Jackson episode and the Brazil diplomatic complaint and Swartzwelder's smoking exile and Hartman's absence and Homer's coma and Ned Flanders' programmed gentleness and the real Seymour Skinner tied to a railroad car heading out of town, all of it can dissolve now into the general quiet of wherever you are. Springfield will be there in the morning. The loop does not stop. And you, wherever you are, whatever time it is, can sleep now. Sleep well. You have been to Springfield and back, and that is enough for one night. The end. Bonus section. Every episode and every story, the complete deep dive. Stay right where you are. There is more. There is always more with The Simpsons. We have covered the architecture of the controversy. We have visited the major landmarks, but the full depth of the show's scandal history lives in the smaller stories too, the individual episodes and individual moments that did not rise to the level of diplomatic incident or congressional commentary, but that nonetheless left marks on the show and on the people who made it. Tonight we have the time to go through more of them. You have the time. The night is long enough. Let's go back to the very beginning one more time, but differently. Let's go through the history of the show not as a tour of its greatest controversies, but as a slow, careful walk through what the show was doing season by season and what the world was doing with it at the same time. The first season of The Simpsons ran 13 episodes, from December 1989 through May 1990. These 13 episodes introduced every major character, established the world of Springfield with a completeness that was remarkable for a first season, and set the comedic and emotional registers that the show would occupy for the next 3.5 decades. The controversy of the first season was diffuse rather than concentrated. No single episode generated an organized campaign. What the first season generated instead was a general alarm among certain organized groups that a new kind of television had arrived, one that did not share the values that previous family sitcoms had implicitly endorsed, one that found the working-class family funny rather than aspirational, one that did not pretend that the ordinary struggles of ordinary families resolved cleanly into lessons and improvements. The alarm was real, and it was not entirely without foundation. The show was doing something different, but the something different was honest rather than corrupt, was grounded in genuine observation rather than in contempt, was aimed at telling the truth about a kind of family that television had previously treated either as a problem to be fixed or as a background against which more exceptional stories played out. Moaning Lisa, the sixth episode of the first season, is the earliest episode that can be read as directly addressing the specific harm of trying to suppress a child's authentic emotional life. Lisa is depressed. The school counselor, the band leader, and ultimately Marge all advise her to smile anyway, to perform happiness rather than experience it. Lisa follows this advice. She becomes visibly hollowed by it. And then Marge reverses herself, telling Lisa to feel what she feels and express what she feels, and not to perform for the comfort of people who cannot handle her actual emotional reality. The episode was noted at the time for its unusual emotional directness about depression in a child. This was 1990. The cultural vocabulary around childhood depression was considerably less developed than it is now, and entertainment that depicted depression in children as a real experience rather than as a behavior problem to be corrected was unusual. The episode was also noted for the Marge reversal, for the implicit critique of the cultural norm that required children, and specifically girls, to suppress their authentic feelings in favor of performed happiness. The episode generated its controversy quietly. In reviews, in essays, in discussions among educators and child development professionals who found the episode both welcome and concerning in different measures. It was too honest about something real for some viewers, and not honest enough about the implications of what it was depicting for others. The Crepes of Wrath, episode 11 of season 1, sent Bart to France as part of an exchange student program, and depicted him being exploited by his French host family, forced to work in their vineyard in conditions approaching child labor, and eventually rescued through his own resourcefulness. The episode generated diplomatic concern from French cultural observers who felt the depiction of France was unfair. This was the first of the show's many geographic controversies, and it established the pattern. The show's comedic use of international settings prioritized American comedic conventions over accurate or flattering depictions of the places being used as settings. The French concern was not formally pursued as the Brazilian concern would be a decade later. France did not file official protests. But French media coverage of the episode was notable enough that it entered the record of the show's international friction. The show's depiction of France as a place where children are freely exploited by charming-seeming but fundamentally cold adults was a specific characterization that French observers found objectionable in ways that were entirely understandable. Krusty Gets Busted, the episode that introduced Sideshow Bob as a villain, is worth examining in its political context. The episode depicts a frame-up. Krusty the Clown is falsely accused of robbery. Sideshow Bob, his assistant, is the real criminal. Bart figures this out. Bob is caught. Krusty is exonerated. The episode's comedy is light, and the emotional content is centered on Bart's relationship with his hero. But the episode also makes an implicit argument about the justice system's vulnerability to the manipulation of appearances. Bob framed Krusty successfully because Bob looked credible, and Krusty looked suspicious, and the investigating authorities were not equipped to look past appearances to the underlying reality. This argument became more pointed in retrospect, after the O.J. Simpson trial in 1995 would produce the show's explicit reference to criminal justice and the manipulation of evidence. The seed of that argument is present in Krusty Gets Busted 5 years earlier. The second season of The Simpsons raised the show's ambition significantly, and the controversies of that season reflected the increased ambition. Bart Gets an F aired as the Season 2 premiere in October 1990 and demonstrated something the show would return to repeatedly: the capacity to be completely funny and completely emotionally honest at the same time, without either quality compromising the other. The episode's climax, in which Bart breaks down crying and then has his moment of connection with Mrs. Krabappel, was described by several reviewers as the most emotionally affecting scene in the show's brief history to that point. The controversy around this episode was the controversy described earlier. It satisfied nobody who wanted a clean message. But the episode's lasting significance is not in the controversy it generated. It is in the template it established for how the show would handle its most difficult emotional material. Not by simplifying it into a lesson, but by staying inside the complexity of it and trusting the audience to find their own relationship with what they were experiencing. Dead Pudding Society from Season 2 is the episode that established the dynamics of the Homer and Ned Flanders relationship most clearly. and its content generated specific objections from religious organizations that have colored their relationship with the show ever since. The episode involves a miniature golf competition between Bart and Rod Flanders. Homer and Ned make a bet. The father of the loser will mow the other man's lawn in a dress. The episode is a comedy of competitive masculine anxiety, with Homer's specific resentment of Ned's apparent success at everything serving as the emotional engine. The resolution of the episode involves both boys deliberately losing, refusing to participate in the competition that their father's egos have made the central fact of their relationship. The boys decide that their friendship matters more than their father's bets. This is a genuinely warm ending, and it comes at Homer and Ned's expense rather than at the boys. Religious organizations objected to the episode's treatment of Ned, who is depicted throughout as an irritating presence that Homer cannot appreciate, and to the episode's general rendering of the competitive masculine dynamics between the two men as comic, rather than as something requiring serious moral consideration. The objection was that the show was using comedy to deflect from the genuine ethical content of what Homer and Ned were doing to their children by making their competition the children's problem. This objection points at something real. The show was using comedy to hold Homer's behavior at a comedic distance from the moral accounting it would require in a more realistic frame. This is one of the essential functions of the show's comedic mode. It allows Homer to behave in ways that would be genuinely harmful in a non-comedic context, and the comedy creates a zone in which the behavior can be observed and laughed at without the full weight of moral judgment being applied to it. This is both the show's great comedic freedom and one of the sources of ongoing objection to its content. One Fish, Two Fish, Blowfish, Bluefish, from Season 2, is one of the most quietly powerful episodes in the show's entire run, and it generated very little public controversy despite its subject matter. Homer eats a poorly prepared blowfish at a Japanese restaurant and is told by a doctor that he has 24 hours to live. The episode follows Homer through a checklist of things he wants to do before he dies. Hear his father tell him he's proud of him, watch the sunrise with his son, and listen to Lisa play her saxophone. Not all of these things happen the way Homer wants. Some of them happen in modified forms. Some of them do not happen at all. And at the end of his 24 hours, Homer falls asleep in front of the television, alone, having not done everything on his list. He wakes up alive. The doctor's diagnosis was wrong. Homer survives. The episode's power is in what Homer's survival does not undo. The confrontation with his own mortality, the clarification of what actually matters to him, the recognition that the ordinary things, the sunrise with his son, his daughter's music, his father's pride, are what he would choose if he only had a day. The comedy of the episode does not make this sentimental. It makes it precise. The objection to this episode came from medical organizations concerned that the depiction of a misdiagnosis of terminal illness would create anxiety in viewers who received similar diagnoses. The concern is understandable and not unreasonable, but the episode's actual treatment of mortality is so warm and so careful that it is difficult to see it as causing the harm it was accused of. Season 3 produced what many critics consider the show's first masterpiece episode, Homer at the Bat, which demonstrated the show's capacity to use celebrity appearances as vehicles for comedy that exceeded the celebrity's normal registers, deploying professional athletes in situations that leverage their specific public identities against completely unexpected contexts. But Season 3 also produced the first episode that generated what might be described as pedagogical controversy, Bart the Lover, in which Bart poses as a romantic pen pal to help a lonely teacher, and the episode's treatment of the ethics of deception-based kindness generated classroom discussions across America. Teachers and school counselors reported using the episode as a discussion starter for conversations about honesty, kindness, and the relationship between them. The show did not expect this. The show had made an episode about a boy deceiving his teacher into feeling romantically desired. The educational establishment had made it into a lesson about the complexity of ethical choices. This gap between what the show intended and what the culture did with it is characteristic. The Simpsons has consistently produced material that people used in ways the producers did not anticipate, sometimes for purposes that elevated the material beyond its original comedic function, and sometimes for purposes that simplified it in ways the producers would have found reductive. The show has never been able to control what people did with it once it left the production. Season 4's Whacking Day generated the show's most pointed engagement with mob psychology and civic ritual, and its depiction of Springfield engaging in the mass killing of snakes as an annual tradition connected to a fabricated historical narrative, generated commentary from herpetological societies and wildlife conservation organizations. The episode reveals that Whacking Day was invented in 1924 as a pretext for beating up the Irish. This is the kind of historical revisionism that the show deploys regularly. The cheerful revelation that beloved civic traditions are built on uglier foundations than their participants know or care to examine. The wildlife organizations that objected to the episode's comedic treatment of mass snake slaughter were making a legitimate point about the normalization of attitudes toward animals that are culturally coded as unpleasant. The show's response was essentially to take the wildlife concerns seriously in the episode itself. Lisa and Bart end up saving the snakes. Selma's Choice, from Season 4, the episode involving Lisa's apparent hallucinogenic experience at Duff Gardens, deserves more attention than it typically receives in discussions of the show's content controversies. The episode contains multiple content concerns that were identified during production and required negotiation with the network before broadcast. Lisa's experience at Duff Gardens, which includes a boat ride through a sequence that the episode itself renders as clearly psychedelic, complete with visual distortions and an altered reality that Lisa must navigate, was the primary concern. The episode had to walk a careful line between being funny about the experience and avoiding depicting it in ways that could be read as advocacy for or glamorization of substance use. The final broadcast version handles this by keeping the experience clearly comedic, rendering the visual distortions as cartoon absurdity rather than as genuine altered consciousness. But the production notes that have been described in various accounts suggest that earlier drafts were considerably less careful about this line, and that the negotiation with the network produced specific changes to the depiction that moved it further from anything that could reasonably be read as a depiction of drug intoxication. The episode is also significant for its subplot involving Selma's desire for children and her recognition that this desire will likely go unfulfilled. This subplot is handled with unusual emotional weight for a sitcom of the period, and the show's willingness to treat Selma's situation with genuine compassion rather than comic dismissal was noticed and appreciated by critics who were already tracking the show's capacity for emotional honesty. Homer's triple bypass deserves additional discussion for what it reveals about the show's relationship to medical content and the ongoing question of how entertainment should handle health crises. The episode's comedy is built on the premise that Homer's heart condition is the consequence of his lifestyle choices, and the show is not entirely unsympathetic to this framing. Homer eats badly, exercises not at all, and exists in a state of chronic metabolic stress exacerbated by his occupation in a nuclear facility. The comedy of his diagnosis and surgery navigates a boundary between making the situation funny and acknowledging its genuine seriousness. What makes the episode remarkable is Dr. Nick Riviera's surgical performance, which proceeds with cheerful incompetence, guided by a medical textbook held open by Homer's own elevated hand. The comedy of the surgery sequence is so thorough that it might be expected to produce anxiety in viewers who are themselves facing or have faced heart surgery. Medical professionals who commented on the episode noted this concern. They also noted that the episode's emotional resolution, in which Homer survives and returns to his family, was handled with genuine warmth that somewhat counterbalanced the comedic approach to the medical content. Season 5's Cape Fear is widely considered one of the show's absolute peak episodes, but its content generated specific concern from parents and educators about the appropriate age for children to encounter material that so directly engaged with threat and stalking. Sideshow Bob is released from prison and immediately begins stalking Bart. The episode is a sustained parody of the Cape Fear films, and it mines the terror of the source material for comedy in ways that require genuine familiarity with the source material to fully appreciate. The comedy is built on the gap between how frightening Sideshow Bob's actions objectively are and how the show's comedic frame prevents us from taking that fright entirely seriously. For children watching without the film reference, the episode might have a different effect. A genuinely threatening adult pursuing a child with explicit intent to harm him is the episode's premise, and the comedy that surrounds this premise is sophisticated enough that younger viewers might not fully access it. Parent organizations noted this concern, arguing that the episode's basic premise was inappropriate for the younger portion of the show's audience. The show's position was that it was a primetime adult animated series, and that the rating system existed to guide parents in age-appropriate viewing choices for their children. This is a correct position, but it is also a position that was somewhat undercut by the commercial reality that The Simpsons had significant numbers of child viewers precisely because it was perceived as a family show that children could watch with their parents. Rosebud, from Season 5, is the episode that most fully explored Mr. Burns' inner life, and the character work the episode produced was significant enough that it generated the specific kind of controversy that excellent art sometimes generates. The controversy of people arguing about what it means. Burns' childhood teddy bear, Bobo, is found by The Simpsons. Burns' desperate desire to recover it reveals a vulnerable center beneath his usual malevolence. The episode suggests that the cruelest and most powerful person in Springfield is, at his core, a lonely old man whose emotional development was arrested at the moment of loss of a childhood object. The controversy around the episode was interpretive, rather than content-based. Some critics felt the episode's humanization of Burns was a betrayal of the character's function as a symbol of unchecked corporate power. By giving Burns sympathetic interiority, the show was providing an emotional escape valve from the political argument the character had been building across 5 seasons. Other critics felt the humanization was the show's most sophisticated move, to acknowledge that the people who hold the most power and do the most damage are not cartoonishly evil, but rather damaged in ways that became dangerous precisely because the damage was never addressed. Both readings illuminate something real about the episode and about the character. The tension between them is not resolvable, and does not need to be. It is evidence that the episode was doing something genuinely interesting with genuinely complex material. The show's relationship with race and racial representation in the middle seasons is a story that extends well beyond the Apu controversy and deserves its own careful account. Springfield in The Simpsons' early years was depicted as an almost entirely white community. The show introduced Dr. Hibbert as a black character and Carl Carlson as one of Homer's co-workers, but these characters existed at the margins of the show's main family focus and were not given the depth that the Simpson family's immediate circle received. The show's awareness of this limitation grew gradually. The middle seasons produced several episodes that engaged directly with questions of racial representation and the politics of cultural diversity in American life, most notably Much Ado About Nothing, from Season 7, which dealt with immigration and nativist politics with unusual directness. Much Ado About Nothing is built around Springfield's passage of an anti-immigrant ballot initiative in response to the government's creation of an expensive bear patrol. The episode's political argument is clear. The community's economic resentment is being redirected from its real sources toward an immigrant scapegoat, and the initiative is both economically irrational and morally wrong. The episode was the most directly political the show had been up to that point on a domestic policy question, and it generated organized criticism from anti-immigration advocacy groups who felt the show was using its cultural position to influence public opinion on an active political debate. The show was indeed doing this. Whether it was right to do it is a question about the appropriate limits of entertainment media's engagement with active political debates, and reasonable people hold different positions on this question. Let the night deepen further. We are in the late season material now, the years when the show's relationship with its own history became one of the primary subjects of its comedy. Season 10's 30 Minutes Over Tokyo, which depicted the Simpsons traveling to Japan and losing all their money, generated a formal complaint from the Japanese embassy to Fox, the first time a major Allied government had filed an official diplomatic concern about a Simpsons episode. The episode's Japan is filtered through a series of cultural generalizations that work as American comedy. Game shows that are more physically brutal than American game shows, urban density that is comically extreme, consumer technology that is so advanced as to be comically overwhelming. The show's treatment of Japanese culture is broadly affectionate rather than contemptuous, but the affection is the affection of a tourist rather than of someone with deep cultural knowledge, and the Japanese Foreign Ministry's formal concern reflected a legitimate objection to the trivialization of genuine cultural richness. Fox's response was diplomatic, acknowledging the concern, expressing respect for Japanese culture, declining to pull the episode from broadcast. The episode continued to air. The show's relationship with food and diet has generated a specific and ongoing stream of content concerns that has never risen to the level of a major controversy, but has been consistently present throughout the show's run. Homer's relationship with food is central to the comedy of his character. He eats in ways that are consistently depicted as excessive, often dangerous, and always amusing. The specific foods he is associated with, donuts, pork chops, potato chips, represent a comedic shorthand for the kind of eating that public health professionals spend significant energy discouraging. The show's comedic treatment of Homer's eating habits neither condemns them nor endorses them. It simply uses them as material. Nutritionists and public health advocates have periodically raised concerns that the show's comedic treatment of Homer's dietary habits normalizes unhealthy eating in a way that could influence audience behavior, particularly younger viewers. This concern is difficult to evaluate empirically. The research on how entertainment media influences dietary behavior is complicated and context-dependent. But the concern is not groundless, and it reflects the legitimate question of how entertainment that reaches tens of millions of people should engage with health-relevant behavior. Bart After Dark, from Season 8, is the episode that generated the most specific content concern about the show's relationship with sexual content, albeit very mild sexual content by any contemporary standard. Bart takes a job at a burlesque house, depicted with comedic gentleness as a slightly risque establishment that the respectable elements of Springfield find objectionable, and the slightly less respectable elements find entirely appealing. The episode's comedy is built on the gap between the community's performative, moral concern about the establishment and its actual behavior regarding it. The content concern from parent organizations was that the show was depicting a child working in a sexually adjacent environment and treating this situation as comedically acceptable. The show's position was that the burlesque house was depicted with such specific innocuousness that it could not reasonably be read as sexually inappropriate, and that the episode's real subject was community hypocrisy rather than Bart's employment. Both positions have merit. The episode is genuinely innocent in its specific depictions, and the episode's real subject is genuinely the community's gap between stated values and actual behavior. But the frame of a child employed in an adult entertainment context, however mildly rendered, was uncomfortable enough for some viewers that their discomfort was real regardless of the show's intent. Homer's phobia, which we have already discussed extensively in the context of the GLAAD Award and the BBC ban, deserves one more look for something that is easy to miss in discussions focused on its gay content. The episode is also one of the show's most careful explorations of how homophobia functions psychologically. Homer's fear of John is not depicted as malice. It is depicted as anxiety, specifically the anxiety of a man who is uncertain about what the presence of a gay person in his life means for his own identity and his son's development. The episode takes Homer's anxiety seriously as a psychological experience, even as it demonstrates, systematically, that every specific fear Homer has is groundless. The structure of the episode is a gentle dismantling of homophobic assumptions from the inside, not by lecturing Homer about why his fears are wrong, but by putting him in situations where his fears are tested against reality and found to be without foundation. John does not behave the way Homer's anxiety predicts he will. Bart does not become what Homer fears Bart will become. The resolution, in which John saves Homer's life, is not just a comedic payoff, but a structural argument. The person Homer feared is the person who protected him. This is one of the show's most carefully constructed ideological arguments, and its care is one of the reasons it earned the GLAAD Award while also earning the BBC ban. The BBC's concern was that the episode was inappropriate for its broadcast context. The GLAAD Award recognized that the episode was making an argument of genuine importance and making it well. Both institutions were responding to the same content. They were not wrong that it was the same content. They simply had different frameworks for evaluating what that content warranted. The years of the show's perceived quality decline, roughly from Season 10 onward for some critics and Season 13 onward for others, are a period whose controversies have received less scholarly attention than the controversies of the Golden Age, partly because the later episodes occupy a different cultural position. The Golden Age episodes are objects of intense devotion. They are memorized, quoted, analyzed. The controversies around them carry a specific emotional weight because the episodes themselves are loved. When a beloved episode is criticized, the criticism feels different from criticism of an episode that occupies a more neutral cultural position. The later episodes are not beloved in the same way by most of the viewers who were present for the Golden Age. They are familiar, they are part of the ongoing story, but they do not carry the emotional intensity that the early and middle seasons carry for their devoted audience. The controversies around later season episodes therefore land in a different cultural context. They are criticisms of work that most of the show's passionate fans have already maintained a certain critical distance from. This does not mean the later controversies are less important. In some cases, the later controversies, specifically the Apu controversy and the representation controversies of 2020, are the most important controversies in the show's history precisely because they required the show to examine assumptions it had carried since its earliest seasons without adequate examination. These controversies did not emerge from the show's later decline. They emerged from work the show had done at the height of its power, work that it had been permitted to do unchallenged for decades, and the challenge arrived late rather than early. The full legacy of the show's relationship with controversy is not simply the record of bans and objections and diplomatic protests and advertiser withdrawals. The full legacy is also what the show produced that had nothing to do with controversy. The extraordinary comedic achievement of its best years, the genuine emotional honesty of its most affecting episodes, the specific vision of ordinary American family life that it sustained with remarkable consistency across a span of time that has no precedent in television history. The controversies did not produce the show's legacy. The show's legacy produced the controversies. Because the show was doing something real and doing it with exceptional quality over an exceptional span of time, it became embedded in the culture in a way that made every choice it made a matter of genuine cultural significance. The bans and the objections and the campaigns and the diplomatic complaints are evidence that the show mattered. They are not the measure of what the show was. The measure of what the show was is in the episodes themselves, in the best of them, in the ones that still hold up and still do the thing they were made to do. Homer Simpson is driving home from the nuclear power plant. The sky is a particular shade of early evening that Springfield produces, with a consistency that real skies rarely manage. The car is dented. The radio is playing something that Homer is singing along to with complete vocal confidence and complete melodic inaccuracy. He is thinking about dinner. He is thinking about the beer in the refrigerator. He is, in a dimly formed way that does not quite rise to the level of a thought, feeling grateful for the fact that there is somewhere to drive home to. He pulls into the driveway on Evergreen Terrace. The house is lit from within. He can see Marge through the kitchen window. He can hear, or imagines he can hear, the specific low-level chaos of children and a television and a dog and a household that is alive. He gets out of the car, he opens the door, he is home. And somewhere in the machinery of American entertainment, in the decisions and the controversies and the bans and the arguments and the protests and the diplomatic notes and the advertiser meetings and the fan theories and the production feuds and the 3 decades of accumulated consequence, that moment is what the show has always been trying to get back to. A man driving home, a house lit from within, a family waiting. Everything else, every scandal, every controversy, every hour of this long night we have spent in Springfield together is the noise that surrounds that moment. The moment is what was always real. Sleep well. Springfield will be here in the morning. It always is. Truly the end. Final extended episodes, the ones that almost got the show canceled. The night is very quiet now. Stay with it. There are stories we have not yet told, stories that fall outside the neat categories of diplomatic complaints and advertiser boycotts. These are the stories of episodes that nearly did not exist at all, that came close to not being made or not being broadcast due to pressures that came from within the production, from within the network, or from within the legal and cultural environment surrounding both. Tonight, in this final stretch, we go through them slowly. Season 7's Mother Simpson introduced Mona Simpson, and the episode's production was one of the most emotionally charged of the show's history, not because of any external controversy, but because of what the creative team was attempting to do. The episode required the writers to retroactively explain Homer's entire psychological formation. They had to make the case that a woman who abandoned her child when he was 6 years old, whatever the circumstances, was someone the audience could love. The stakes of this task are enormous. If the audience cannot love Mona Simpson, if they cannot understand why Homer loves her despite what she did, the emotional core of the episode and of the Homer character himself collapses. The solution the writers found was radical in its simplicity. They made Mona someone who was forced to choose between her child and her principles, and who made the wrong choice for the right reasons. She believed she was protecting Homer by leaving. She was wrong. But the belief was genuine and the reasons were real. And the episode makes both of these things clear with enough emotional precision that the audience can hold both facts simultaneously. Mona left, and Mona loved him. Both things are true. The capacity to hold two contradictory truths simultaneously is one of the things the show has always asked of its audience, and in Mother Simpson, it asked more directly than in any previous episode. The episode generated almost no public controversy. What it generated was something rarer and more meaningful: genuine emotional response from an audience that had not expected to be moved by a cartoon family in quite this way. The fan response to Mother Simpson established a template for what the show's most ambitious episodes could do when they were functioning at full capacity. Bart Sells His Soul, which we discussed in the Middle Era section, was preceded by significant internal debate about whether the premise was appropriate for a family show. The concern within the production was not about the religious implications of depicting a soul as a commodity. It was about whether the depiction of a child deliberately giving up his soul, even in a comedic and ultimately reversible context, was tonally appropriate for the show's audience and for its self-image as a program that was irreverent but not nihilistic. The argument that prevailed was that the episode's emotional journey, in which Bart gradually discovers that the soul is real and that its absence diminishes him in ways he had not anticipated, was more moral rather than less moral than a treatment that avoided the subject. By taking the soul seriously as an experiential reality, and by depicting its loss as a genuine diminishment, the episode was making an argument about what matters that was more substantive than most of the moral content in contemporary family entertainment. The episode was made. It is one of the show's most discussed and most analyzed episodes, and the internal debate that preceded its production was the kind of productive creative conflict that the show's best work consistently emerged from. Hurricane Nettie, from Season 8, is the episode that most directly confronted the question of what was actually beneath Ned Flanders' relentless positivity, and the process of writing it generated significant internal debate about how far the show should go in examining Ned's psychological history. The episode's central revelation, that Ned's goodness is the product of extensive behavioral modification rather than natural virtue, was considered by some of the writing staff to be too dark, too clinical, and too damaging to a character who had functioned as an effective comedic contrast to Homer precisely because his goodness was consistent and reliable. The counter-argument was that a character whose defining quality was explained as the result of external conditioning rather than authentic internal values was a more interesting character, not a less interesting one, and that the revelation created more room for genuine dramatic engagement with Ned than the previous version of the character had allowed. The counter-argument prevailed. The episode was made, and its revealing of Ned's conditioned goodness is one of the things that distinguishes the middle-era Simpsons from the early-era Simpsons. A willingness to look behind the surfaces that had seemed reliable and find something more complicated. The controversy around this episode, as with The Principal and the Pauper, was primarily a fan controversy. Viewers who loved Ned as a consistent figure of uncomplicated virtue felt the revelation diminished him. Viewers who found his uncomplicated virtue comic but shallow felt the revelation made him more worth caring about. Neither group was wrong. The episode was, from both perspectives, a significant alteration of a previously stable character, and significant alterations of stable characters always generate this kind of split response. The Joy of Sect, from Season 9, is the show's most direct engagement with religious cults and the psychology of cult membership, and it generated specific objections from organizations that felt the episode trivialized the genuine harm caused by destructive religious organizations. The episode follows the citizens of Springfield being recruited into a cult called the Movementarians, whose leader promises his followers access to an alien planet called Blistonia if they surrender their property and submit to his authority. Homer is recruited. Marge must deprogram him. The cult eventually collapses when the leader is exposed as a fraud who has been living comfortably on the cult members' surrendered property. The episode's treatment of cult psychology was informed by actual research into cult recruitment techniques, and the recruitment sequence that opens the episode is one of the most accurate depictions of cult manipulation methodology in American entertainment. The comedy does not trivialize the process. It depicts the process with enough accuracy that it is recognizable to people who have studied cult dynamics, while also being funny enough that it functions within the show's comedic register. The objection from organizations that work with cult survivors was that the episode's happy ending, in which the cult collapses cleanly and all its members are free, was misleading about how cult exits actually work. Real cult exits are psychologically complex and often traumatic. The episode depicted cult membership as essentially reversible, which cult recovery specialists argue is a significant misrepresentation of the reality. This objection is real and has substance. The show's comedic requirements demanded a resolution that could be achieved within 22 minutes. The reality of cult recovery does not fit within 22 minutes. The gap between the comedy's requirements and the reality's complexity is not a simple failure of responsibility. It is the fundamental tension of comedy that engages with serious subjects. The comedy's form imposes constraints that the subject matter resists. King of the Hill, from Season 9, is frequently confused with Mike Judge's animated series of the same name, which premiered the same year. But The Simpsons' King of the Hill generated its own specific controversy around Homer's engagement with fitness culture and the episode's depiction of physical transformation as a path to community respect. The episode follows Homer becoming physically strong through a fitness regimen and discovering that his new physicality changes how the community treats him. The episode's satire of the relationship between physical appearance and social status was pointed enough that physical fitness advocacy organizations found the episode's treatment of the subject concerning. The episode was making fun of something they considered genuinely important. The show's position was that it was satirizing social attitudes toward physical appearance, not fitness itself. The distinction is real but was not always apparent in how the episode's comedy functioned. This is one of the endemic risks of satire. The satirical target and the subject being used to engage the target can blur in ways that produce unintended messages. Lisa the Skeptic from Season 9 generated controversy from both religious and scientific communities, which is itself a measure of the episode's specific achievement. Lisa excavates what appears to be an angel skeleton near a new mall construction site. The episode follows the community's response, divided between people who believe the skeleton is a genuine angel and people who want a scientific explanation. Lisa is in the scientific camp. The episode builds toward a resolution in which the angel skeleton is revealed to be an advertising stunt for the new mall. Religious communities objected to the episode's general framing of supernatural belief as credulity to be debunked by rational analysis. Scientific communities objected to the episode's climax, in which the angel reveals itself as flying and apparently genuine before turning out to be an advertisement, which seemed to undermine the scientific rationality that the episode's first half had appeared to champion. The episode was doing something deliberately ambiguous, holding the question open longer than either camp wanted it held open before resolving it in a way that pleased neither camp. This is one of the show's characteristic moves, setting up a conflict between positions and resolving it in a way that honors neither position fully. The technique is honest about the genuine difficulty of the question being posed. It is also genuinely frustrating to anyone who arrived at the episode hoping for a clear argument. Midnight RX, from Season 16, is the show's most direct engagement with the pharmaceutical industry and prescription drug pricing, and it was made in a period when those issues were among the most politically charged domestic policy debates in America. The episode depicts Homer and Grandpa organizing trips to Canada to purchase prescription drugs at lower prices, a practice that was at the time the subject of active policy debate and active legal concern. The episode's satirical treatment of American drug pricing and the specific mechanisms by which pharmaceutical companies maintain price differentials between the American and Canadian markets was specific enough that the Pharmaceutical Industries Trade Association noted the episode in its media monitoring. No formal complaint was filed. The pharmaceutical industry understood that engaging publicly with a Simpsons episode that criticized drug pricing would accomplish nothing except publicizing the episode further. The monitoring note was privately circulated and privately filed. The episode aired. The specific policy arguments it made about prescription drug pricing were closer to documentary than to satire. The mechanisms the episode depicted were real mechanisms, operating as described, producing the effects depicted. Fraudcast News from Season 15 is the episode that most directly addresses questions about media consolidation and media ownership, and it was made at a moment when Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation, the corporate parent of the show's own network, was one of the primary examples of the media consolidation the episode was satirizing. The episode depicts Mr. Burns purchasing every media outlet in Springfield and using them to control the information environment. Lisa creates her own newspaper as an act of resistance. The episode's conclusion affirms the value of independent media and the danger of consolidated media power. The fact that this episode was made by a production owned by one of the largest consolidated media corporations in the world, broadcast on a network owned by the same corporation, is the show's most extraordinary act of institutional self-contradiction. The episode is doing what the show has always done, using the platform it has been given to say things that put its own platform in question. Whether this is courageous or merely ironic depends on how seriously you take the critique embedded in a comedy show that requires the infrastructure it is criticizing to reach its audience. The episode generated no formal controversy. It is simply there in the archive, being what it is, a satire of media consolidation produced by Consolidated Media, made available to viewers by the machinery of the very system it is analyzing. The Simpsons has always contained this kind of contradiction. It has never been able to fully escape its own institutional context. The best it has been able to do is acknowledge the contradiction, make it visible, and trust the audience to see it. Wedding for Disaster, from Season 20, is one of the later season episodes that generated specific content concern around its depiction of a religious wedding ceremony and the legal status of same-sex marriage. The episode involves Homer and Marge discovering that their marriage is not legally valid due to a technical issue with Reverend Lovejoy's certification. The episode's subplot involves various Springfield couples rushing to get married or divorced in response to this discovery, and in the background of these subplots, same-sex couples are depicted waiting in line to use the legal uncertainty as an opportunity to formalize their own relationships. The depiction, brief and background though it was, generated immediate organized response from groups opposed to same-sex marriage. The episode aired in 2009, the year that same-sex marriage was a politically active issue in multiple American states following the passage of California's Proposition 8. The background depiction of same-sex couples seeking marriage was read by these groups as the show taking a political position on an active political controversy. The show's response was that the depiction was incidental to the episode's main story, and that background diversity was a natural feature of any realistic depiction of American community life. This is correct. But correct has never been sufficient to resolve this kind of controversy, which is not ultimately about factual accuracy, but about the contested cultural meaning of whose existence is visible in mainstream entertainment. Donnie Fatso, from Season 22, involved Homer working as an FBI informant inside the mob. The episode's treatment of law enforcement procedures generated specific concern from FBI alumni groups who felt the depiction of FBI tactics was either too accurate or not accurate enough, depending on which concern was doing the objecting. The episode's portrait of law enforcement as operationally casual in ways that generated both comedy and concern reflects the show's broader treatment of institutional authority. It is neither entirely accurate nor entirely satirical, but something in between that has more in common with the actual experience of institutions than either pure accuracy or pure caricature would achieve. As we reach the end of the specific episodes and the specific controversies, we arrive at something that is worth sitting with: the show's ongoing negotiation with its own existence. Every season The Simpsons produces is produced in the full knowledge that the show has been on the air for longer than most of its current writing staff has been alive. Every episode is made in the shadow of the episodes that preceded it, including the episodes that are now considered untouchable classics and including the episodes that are considered embarrassments. Every choice the show makes is made with the awareness that people are paying close attention, that the show's status as an institution means that every decision is visible and every mistake is documented. This is not a comfortable creative environment. It is not the environment in which the early seasons were made, when the show was new and its creative team was discovering what it could do rather than managing what it had already done. But the show continues to be made, and it continues to produce episodes that are occasionally brilliant and occasionally disappointing, and usually somewhere in between, which is the realistic condition of any creative endeavor that has lasted long enough to become genuinely complicated. The continuing existence of The Simpsons is itself one of the most significant facts about American entertainment culture. No other program has operated at this scale, in this format, for this long. The precedent the show has established for what a long-running animated series can be and do and say and survive is something that the culture is still absorbing, still evaluating, still arguing about. The arguments are the measure of the significance. The nights like this one, spent going through the scandals and the bans and the controversies and the achievements and the failures, are the evidence that something worth arguing about was made. The last light of this long night is very close now. Springfield is quiet at this hour. The streets are empty. The nuclear power plant is running on its overnight maintenance cycle, the cracked cooling towers exhaling their particular kind of steam into air that does not notice. Ned Flanders's porch light is on, as it is always on, a small, cheerful beacon that the darkness around it cannot fully account for. The Quickie Mart is open, because it is always open, because someone decided once that it should always be open, and the decision has held across every subsequent hour of every subsequent year. And on Evergreen Terrace, the yellow house with the green roof is dark, the family is asleep. Homer is asleep in the way that only Homer can sleep, completely, without reservation, with the full commitment of a man for whom sleep is not a transition between one kind of consciousness and another, but simply the thing he was put here to do. Marge is asleep more lightly, as she has always slept more lightly, with the quality of attentiveness that does not fully release even in sleep. Bart is asleep with the particular unguardedness of a child who has not yet learned that sleeping unguarded is a form of trust that not every situation warrants. Lisa is asleep with her saxophone case visible in the corner, the instrument inside it at rest, in the way that things at rest are still somehow themselves. And Maggie is asleep in her crib, sucking on her pacifier, dreaming whatever it is she dreams, in a silence that is voluntary rather than required, and therefore full of things that silence can only contain. The loop keeps running. The house on Evergreen Terrace is dark and full of people sleeping. And you, wherever you are, in whatever room this is, in whatever hour this is, can join them. The night is done. The scandals are told. The bans are accounted for. The controversies are laid out, all of them, from the first letters to Fox in 1990 to the last diplomatic complaint, and everything in between. You did not need to remember any of it. It was enough to hear it. It was enough to let it fill the room and then settle into the quiet beneath the words, the quiet that is always there underneath, where sleep lives. Springfield will be here in the morning. It always is. That is the whole point. Rest now. End. The complete episode guide, every notable ban and controversy by season. We have covered the architecture. Now let's walk through every season's notable moment, one by one, methodically, slowly, the way a long night deserves. This is the definitive list, told in the voice of someone who has been here all night and is not in any hurry to leave. Season 1, 1989 to 1990. The show arrives. The first controversy is diffuse. No single episode, just a general alarm that something new and uncomfortable has entered the living rooms of America. Homer's Odyssey, Episode 3, contains the brief suicide note sequence. Parent organizations note it. The show does not revisit this register for many years. The Telltale Head, Episode 8, in which Bart decapitates a civic statue, generates the first organized letter campaign. Fox receives mail. The mail is acknowledged. The episode continues to air. By the end of the first season, the American Family Association has the show on its monitoring list. The Simpsons has arrived in controversy as surely as it has arrived on television. Season 2, 1990 to 1991. The show finds its footing. Bart Gets an F produces the first pedagogical debate. Bart vs. Daredevil produces the first imitable stunt concern. Old Money produces an episode so genuinely affecting that it generates almost no controversy whatsoever, which is itself a kind of data point. The show is learning that its most honest emotional work tends to be its least controversial work, not because honesty is safe, but because honesty is hard to dismiss as irresponsible. The emotional truth of Homer sitting beside a dying woman who has left him her savings, trying to honor her memory adequately, does not produce organized objection. There is nothing to object to. There is only something real being rendered honestly. Season 3, 1991 to 1992. Homer the Heretic makes the God Conversation episode, and organized religion responds. The Flanders-centered episodes accumulate enough material that Ned Flanders has become a specific kind of cultural figure, the devout man whose devotion is both admired and the subject of gentle mockery. Colonel Homer produces the first internal creative debate about depictions of Homer's marital fidelity. The show pulls back slightly from the edge it was approaching. Stark Raving Dad airs with Michael Jackson's voice, credited to a pseudonym. For now, the secret is held. Season 4, 1992 to 1993. So, it's come to this. A Simpsons clip show produces the coma, and the fan theory that will live for decades begins its long residence in the cultural imagination. Homer's triple bypass produces the medical content debate, Marge versus. The monorail produces the transit policy controversy that nobody anticipated. The season is enormously creative and enormously productive, and the controversies it generates are, mostly, evidence of how much the show is attempting. The President of the United States has already weighed in. The show has already answered. The cultural position of The Simpsons is now fixed. It is the most famous and most controversial and most beloved animated series in American history, and it is only in its fourth year. Season 5, 1993 to 1994. Cape Fear introduces the age-appropriateness debate most explicitly. Bart Gets Famous produces commentary about the show's relationship with celebrity. The season reaches the level of creative confidence that will characterize the golden age. And the controversies of this season, while real, are already being processed differently than the controversies of the first two seasons. The show is now established enough that objection is understood not as a reason to reconsider, but as an occupational condition. Season 6, 1994 to 1995. Homer the Great and the Stonecutters. The European Fraternal Organization sensitivity, Bart versus Australia and the diplomatic concern and the specific word for a toilet. Homer's phobia and the GLAAD Award, and the BBC ban in the same episode. The season is a masterpiece of creative production and a consistent generator of the kind of controversy that, by this point, is simply what The Simpsons does. Season 7, 1995 to 1996. Who Shot Mr. Burns and the National Contest, and the one person who got it right and disappeared. Mother Simpson and Mona's history, and the three-generation wreckage that Burns's grudge produced. And, on the international stage, the first clear example of an episode performing completely differently in its American context than in the cultural context through which it traveled. Season 8, 1996 to 1997. The Springfield Files and the glowing Burns and the alien that was not an alien. Hurricane Nettie and Ned's conditioned goodness. Homer's phobia in its full glory and full controversy. The season is operating at the peak of the show's creative power, and the controversies it generates are those of a show that is doing things seriously, taking risks that are substantive rather than merely provocative. Season 9, 1997 to 1998. The Principal and the Pauper and the fan response that never fully subsided. The City of New York versus Homer Simpson, the episode that would not be able to broadcast for several years after a morning in September 2001. Bart Carney and the cultural commentary on carnival life. The season marked by many critics as the beginning of the show's decline, though this judgment is partly about what came before rather than what the season actually is. Season 10, 1998 to 1999. 30 minutes over Tokyo and the Japanese Foreign Ministry concern. Bart to the Future with its quiet Trump prediction. The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace with Homer's work on what appears to be Higgs boson mathematics. The season reaching into its second decade and the accumulated weight of the show's reputation. Season 11, 1999 to 2000. The show's first season with a significant turnover of writing staff. The quality debate that has been building for 2 seasons becomes explicit in critical commentary. Swartzwelder's contribution becomes measurable in its specific quality relative to newer voices. The controversies of this season are partly about the show itself, whether a show that was once this good can sustain what it was, and what it means that it is having difficulty doing so. Season 12, 2000 to 2001. Homer and the Crayon and the cognitive implications of the entire preceding run. The episode that reveals Homer had his IQ surgically restored and chose to have it reduced again generates commentary about whether this is the most honest thing the show has done about its own character or the most nihilistic. Both arguments have merit. Season 13, 2001 to 2002. September 11th has happened. The show is operating in a different America, one that has specific and urgent concerns about certain kinds of content. Several episodes are reviewed internally before broadcast. The production team is making decisions about what the current moment warrants. And Blame It on Lisa arrives. And Brazil registers its formal complaint, and the show is again producing diplomatic friction on the international stage. Season 14 through 20, 2002 to 2009. The Obama years begin. The show navigates the specific complexity of satirizing the first black president, The representation conversation begins to build in the culture in ways that will eventually reach The Simpsons directly, but have not yet. Hank Azaria continues to voice Apu. Hari Kondabolu continues to have the experience of Apu that he will eventually document. Season 21 through 27, 2009 to 2016, Hank Azaria's role as Apu continues. The show continues to produce episodes in a period of sustained critical ambivalence about its quality and about its ongoing cultural role. The network continues to broadcast it. Tens of millions of people continue to watch it. The controversies of these seasons are less dramatic than those of the Golden Age, but are not therefore less important. The quieter accumulation of representation concerns the slow-building sense that certain choices made in the early years had not been adequately examined. Season 28, 2016 to 2017. Hari Kondabolu's documentary is in production. The Trump prediction has just become real. The show is suddenly the most discussed media property in America for reasons that have nothing to do with its current content and everything to do with its decades-old archive. The specific episode from 2000 predicting a Trump presidency is being shared by millions of people who are not ordinarily Simpsons viewers, and the show is navigating the specific experience of being famous for something it made 16 years ago rather than for what it is making now. Season 29, 2017 to 2018. The Problem with Apu documentary is released, and the show produces No Good Read Goes Unpunished. The response is widely criticized. The show is having its worst institutional moment since the advertiser boycott over Homer's phobia. The difference is that in the interim, the cultural framework for discussing representation has become much more sophisticated, and the show's response is being held to standards that are considerably more demanding than the standards of 1997. Season 31, 2019 to 2020. Leaving Neverland airs. Stark Raving Dad is formally and permanently retired. The show announces the recasting of non-white characters with non-white actors. These are two of the most significant institutional decisions in the show's history, made within months of each other, and both are handled more cleanly and decisively than any previous major institutional decision the show has made about its own content. Season 32 through 36, 2020 to present. The show operates in the Disney corporate context. The aspect ratio controversy emerges and is corrected. The Apu situation remains unresolved in its practical specifics, while the principle underlying the resolution has been clearly stated. The show continues to make episodes. The archive continues to exist, full of everything the show has been, including the things it is proud of and the things it has had to reckon with. This is what it all adds up to. Not a simple story. Not a story that reflects well on every decision, or resolves every tension, or makes everyone comfortable. A genuine story about a genuine institution that did something genuinely extraordinary over a genuinely extraordinary span of time, and that in the course of doing that extraordinary thing made choices that were sometimes brilliant and sometimes wrong, and sometimes both simultaneously. The show has been trying, for 36 years, to tell the truth about something real. The bans and the controversies are the record of the places where the truth it was trying to tell collided with something that resisted it. They are not evidence that the truth was not worth telling. They are evidence of how hard the telling was and how much it mattered that someone was trying. You can sleep now. The truth is still being told. In Springfield, on Evergreen Terrace in the Yellow House. And you will be there to hear it whenever you come back. Good night. Final end. A final meditation on Springfield and what it cost to build it. The screen has gone dark. The credits have run. But this particular night is not quite over, because the full story of what Springfield cost to build and what building it cost the people who did it has not yet been fully told. Let's tell it now, while the room is quiet and there is nowhere else to be. The Simpsons was not an inevitable creation. It was a specific set of decisions made by specific people at a specific moment in an industry that could have said no at many points and chose not to. Understanding the show's controversies requires understanding that the show itself was a kind of controversy from the very beginning, a controversy about what television could do, and what television was for, and who television was made for, and whose lives were worth telling stories about. Matt Groening grew up in Portland, Oregon, with a father named Homer, and a mother named Marge, and sisters named Lisa and Maggie. This biographical detail, which Groening has confirmed and discussed many times, is striking primarily because of what Groening chose to do with it. He took the names of his own family and gave them to a cartoon family whose primary identity would be their ordinariness, their imperfection, their distance from the idealized family television had previously been interested in depicting. The choice was, on its face, a modest one. The execution of the choice was something more than that. James L. Brooks had a specific and serious commitment to honest storytelling in the television format. His work before The Simpsons had consistently demonstrated a belief that television was capable of treating complex human situations with the same honesty that distinguished the best literature and film. His involvement with The Simpsons was not a commercial calculation dressed as an artistic vision. It was a genuine bet that the animated format could do things live-action television could not, and that those things were worth doing. Sam Simon brought a precision to the comedy and a rigor to the writing standards that shaped the show's creative culture in ways that persisted long after his departure. The writers he hired, the standards he established, the specific texture of comedic intelligence he brought to the production, these contributions are embedded in the show's DNA in ways that can be traced but not easily attributed, because good institutional cultures distribute influence diffusely rather than concentrating it in a single traceable source. The people who wrote the show in its early and middle years, Swartzwelder and Oakley and Weinstein and Merkin and Scully, and the dozens of others whose names appear in the credits of the episodes that made the show what it is, were people who cared about what they were making with an intensity that is visible in the work. The specificity of the comedy, the precision of the emotional beats, the structural sophistication of the plots, these are qualities that require genuine effort and genuine commitment to produce. The golden age of The Simpsons was made by people who took a cartoon about a working-class family with a yellow complexion and a nuclear power plant as seriously as the material warranted, which is to say, very seriously indeed. The controversies did not diminish this effort. In many cases, they were evidence of it. A show that did not try to do something genuine would not generate genuine controversy. The arguments about the show, from the American Family Association's early campaigns through the Apu documentary through the Michael Jackson episode's retirement, are arguments about something that mattered enough to argue about. The show earned that significance through the quality of what it attempted, not through the notoriety of what it was accused of. The voice actors deserve their own moment here. Dan Castellaneta has spent more than 3 decades being Homer Simpson. Not playing Homer Simpson in the way that an actor plays a role in a film or a season of television, but inhabiting the character across hundreds of hours of broadcast, across every phase of the show's long arc, across the years when the character was being defined and the years when the character was being maintained. The accumulated weight of that work is something that resists simple description. It is an artistic achievement without clear precedent in the medium. Julie Kavner's Marge has been, for 36 years, the emotional anchor of the show in ways that the show's more flashy comedic elements can make easy to miss. Marge is not the funniest character in Springfield. She is the most real. The quality Kavner brings to the character, the specific texture of a woman who is patient to the point of exhaustion and loving to the point of self-abnegation, and occasionally capable of a directness that surprises everyone, including herself, is the quality that makes Homer's chaos feel safe rather than threatening. Without Marge, the show is a different and lesser thing. Without Kavner's specific understanding of who Marge is, the character might exist, but the performance would be unrecognizable. Nancy Cartwright's Bart established something about the relationship between voice performance and character that has influenced animated television more broadly than is generally acknowledged. Bart's voice is not simply a funny voice applied to a character. It is a character. The specific quality of Cartwright's performance, the casual authority of a 10-year-old who is more comfortable in the world than most adults, the ability to be simultaneously insufferable and endearing within the same line reading, these qualities are Cartwright's gifts to the character and to the show. Yeardley Smith has spent 36 years giving Lisa the quality that makes her the show's most necessary character, the conviction that things matter. Lisa's intelligence would be sterile without the emotional investment Smith brings to the character, the sense that Lisa's idealism is not a pose, but a genuine and sometimes painful relationship with the world as she hopes it might be. The episodes that center on Lisa's disillusionment work because Smith makes the illusion feel real before it is broken. Harry Shearer and Hank Azaria between them voice a significant proportion of Springfield's adult male population, and the range they bring to this work is a measure of what voice acting at its highest level can accomplish. The specific colorations they find for characters as different as Burns and Flanders, as different as Dr. Hibbert and Chief Wiggum, are individual artistic choices made with precision and sustained across decades of work. All of these people are the show as surely as the writing is the show. The controversies around the show are controversies about their work as much as about anyone else's. When the show wins a defense of its content, it is their work that has been defended. When the show is criticized for its choices, it is partly their choices that are being examined. The relationship between the show and the audience that has watched it for 36 years is finally the subject that all of the controversies have always been about. The American Family Association was concerned about what the show would do to the people who watched it. The Brazilian government was concerned about what the show would do to how people understood Brazil. The Apu controversy was about what the show had done to South Asian children who grew up watching it. The Michael Jackson episode's retirement was about what it would mean for people, particularly young people, to watch an episode featuring Michael Jackson's voice in the context of what Leaving Neverland had revealed. Every controversy, taken in its most generous reading, was about the relationship between the show and its audience. What does this show do to the people who watch it? What does it tell them about the world? What does it give them to carry forward? What does it take from them that they should not have to give? These are the questions that serious engagement with popular culture has to ask. They are not questions that have simple answers. The show's defenders have sometimes been too quick to dismiss the questions. The show's critics have sometimes been too quick to assume they know the answers. The truth, as with most things The Simpsons has spent its life examining, is somewhere in the middle and somewhat more complicated than either position acknowledges. What the show has given its audience, at its best, is something that is genuinely difficult to name, but that most people who love it recognize without difficulty. A way of seeing the world that is funny and honest simultaneously, that understands that the things worth laughing at are also the things worth caring about, and that the ordinary human life, the life of Homer Simpson driving home from the plant in a dented car singing along to the radio, is not less than the extraordinary human life but differently inflected toward a particular kind of value. What it has taken, at its worst, includes the 30 years that South Asian children spent with Apu as their primary mainstream cultural representation, the stark raving dad episode that will never again be publicly available, and whatever has been lost in the accumulation of small carelessnesses that any long-running institution eventually produces. The accounting is complicated. It does not simplify. It is the accounting of something real, something that tried to do genuine things and did them with varying degrees of success and left a record of both its achievements and its failures. That is long enough and detailed enough that we can examine it with the kind of honesty the show has always claimed to value. The final word is Springfield's. And Springfield's final word is the same as it has always been. The loop keeps running. The family is home. The house is lit from within. And whatever time it is where you are, whatever room you are in, whatever is outside the window of your particular darkness, the show that caused all of this has been and continues to be exactly what it has always been. A piece of work that was honest enough to matter, flawed enough to be real, and long enough to have produced, in its 36 years of trying, something genuinely worth all of this attention. Good night, Springfield. Good night.